All right, so yesterday we ended with the Deep Blue CLI lab. We were talking about user entity behavioral analytics, and Deep Blue CLI is a fantastic tool for articulating the types of things that you can get with artificial intelligence and UEBA. Instead of looking at a simple event log, you can look at multiple event logs and the correlation of how those event logs work with each other. Now, Deep Blue CLI has implemented something called Deep White CLI, which incorporates validating the hashes of executables using Sysmon. In a little bit, we're going to get to a lab. We're going to be playing with Sysmon here in just a couple of moments as well. And ultimately, what all of this is building towards is the idea of being able to easily detect log-on anomalies. On this particular slide, the upper left-hand corner account is SVC white noise, which is the red circle. And that particular account is simultaneously logged in to every single one of the systems represented as green diamonds. And this should not be normal. However, it might be, right? This gets into what I was discussing yesterday with the concept of what we were going through, and we were talking about detection tuning opportunities, right? A lot of people say, well, this is a false positive, right? If this SVC white noise account is a legitimate service account, and many organizations would just disable this entire rule completely because they're like, oh, it's a false positive, shut it off. That's wrong. The rule worked. The rule worked just fine. The fact that you have a service account in your organization that's logging into multiple computers at the exact same time is the detection tuning opportunity. It's the option for you to go in and create an exception for the SVC white noise account, which is a service account, if it is a service account, to log into these systems without generating multiple different alerts. Now, I want to talk a little bit about event logging on Windows computer systems, where we get too crazy on the cheese whiz. There's a number of event IDs that are really important, right? You got 4624, 4634, log on, of course. ACL object access, you got process launch and usage, you have 4698 and all of these things. Just all of these event logs are important, but I want to show you what an absolute unmitigated pain in the ass it is to get proper event logging working on a Windows computer system in an Active Directory environment. So let's talk about event logs, right? Let's talk about event logs just for a few moments, because there's a number of things that exist in not just computer security, but in a number of different places that are a bit sketch, right? So let's play a game. How much does your organization log? Let's just think that through. How much does your organization log? Now, some of you are just getting started in computer security, and those of you that are on this session, go ahead and type in like how much you think your organization logs, right? We have organizations that log terabytes. Our largest customer of all time logged 1 petabyte of logs every single day. 1 petabyte of logs every day. That's a lot of logs, right? Now, what do you log from? Most of the time, organizations log from just about anything they can get their hands on, right? Now, I've got a question for you. In the industry, who are the people that are dictating what we should be logging? Yeah, a friend of mine, I've got a quote here, a friend of mine works in cyber, 24-hour period, SIM logging at 300 million events per day. Right? Okay, so standard writers, awesome. Who are the standard writers? Who controls the past now, controls the future? Who controls the future, controls the past? Smart people? Are they? Why would you think that they're smart people? Is it like, Indiana Jones, top people? Oh God, I hope it's not influencers. Oh my gosh, that would, I love a lot of influencers. There's some really, really great influencers out there that are just absolute top notch, like John Hammond, IPSEC, Jerry at Simply Cyber. All of those are just amazing, right? But if you look at who's actually behind the standards for logging, I assumed it was a joke because some of the loggers, some of the influencers are out there. They do great video content, but I'm like, you're not doing computer security on a day-to-day basis. Most of the time, if you peel back the onion, you find out that most of the people that are making the determination and the rules for event logging are actually the event logging companies themselves. So you have event logging companies informing people on what the standards should be. And if you look at a lot of the event logging companies, when they're like, how much should we event log? Their answer is always the same: more, right? It's like Wall Street too. What's your number to get out? More, right? Always more. Now, the next question I think is very telling. You have all of these companies that are logging hundreds of megabytes and terabytes, and people that are doing, like I said, a handful of people are doing a petabyte of logs a day. All right, that being said, now comes the big question, because I know the power of a question. What percentage of your logs have an alert, signature, or rule written for them? See, this is a harder question, right? This is a much more difficult question because it gets to the heart of what we are not doing. Because organizations are looking at their data lakes, right? They're looking at their data streams and they're looking at their data rivers. And maybe eventually there's going to be a product that is a data ocean. I don't know, right? You have all these different products: log more, log more, log more. We're going to charge you based on that. And a huge percentage of the logs don't have a rule, don't have an alert, don't have a report associated with them. In fact, in most organizations, about 5 to maybe 10% of the actual logs that are being logged and stored have an alert, rule, or detect written for them. And that is a problem, right? That is a huge problem, because the people that are dictating what we should be logging are the people that are making the most money off of the logging. And it gets into this perverse incentive structure, right? Where the incentive is to log as much as you can, and all the money goes to the people that sell the products to get us to log as much as you can. That's scary, right? Where if we look at computer security correctly with adversarial emulation and doing testing and validation, we have the tools to be able to test and validate what we are logging and match that with what the attackers are doing today. So let's dig in a little bit further to see how hard or easy this actually is. Let's say I wanted to enable command line logging. Let's say hypothetically, we thought it would be a good idea to do event logging. Because if we look at Windows event logs, I'm going to start up my lab here. There we go, request is sent. If we look at Windows event logging, it's bad. Like, it's real bad, okay? And I'm going to show you just how bad it actually is here in a little bit. But you look at the vast majority of the event logs on Windows computer systems for the system, application, and security event logs, they're hot trash, hot garbage, whatever you're looking for on your bingo card at this particular point. But if I wanted to turn on something that provided value, I could enable command line logging. To do this, you must have, and this is straight from Microsoft, right? To do this, you must have audit process creation auditing enabled. You must enable the policy setting to include the command line in the process creation events. When you use, and this is from Microsoft, when you use the advanced audit policy configuration settings, you need to confirm that these settings are not overwritten by the basic audit policy settings. So far, clear as mud. By the way, none of this is crap you have to memorize. I just want you to see the insanity, right? Next, max logs file is small by default. Command line logging is off by default. To see the effects of this update, you need to enable 2 additional policy settings under admin template system audit process creation, policies, Windows security, advanced audit, detailed tracking. And yeah, one last thing, the second setting will most likely be overwritten. To avoid the overriding of the advanced audit settings, a third setting is required under the domain policy: computers, security, local security audit. You have to enable that one as well. And then voila, after those like 5, 6 things, you get command line auditing. Congratulations. And that's pretty cool, right? I think that's pretty neat. We can see that somebody ran the net command. I'm not seeing what the parent process ID is. I'm not seeing who actually ran it. I'm actually missing a lot of information at this point. This is like the barest minimum that you possibly can do with the Windows event logging that's creating. Now, on PowerShell, it's easier, right? You have to make 6 different settings. Now, you can put that in a script and you can execute it in one script on all of your systems. So you have that PowerShell audit logging enabled, and that's good. But doesn't it strike you as a bit weird that you have to make 6 separate settings to enable PowerShell auditing? That's insane. Now, once you do that, though, you do actually have PowerShell logs. Hooray, hurrah, hooroo. Yeah. That's good. And then we can get a little bit more information about this. We have the commandlet, the command line that it was actually invoked, the host application. In this situation, it was Bloodhound. I still can't see who actually ran it. I'm not getting a hash. I'm missing a lot of data from this, but at least I'm getting PowerShell logs, and there's some value. The alternative is maybe, just maybe, we could use Sysmon. You see, Sysmon was created by Mark Rusanovich in 2014. In 2014, Mark Rusanovich, who originally was running a company called NT&CK that was acquired by Microsoft for a crap ton of money. And then he went to work at Microsoft. In 2014, one of the smartest Microsoft people in the world was like, maybe event logging sucks in Windows. Maybe, just mothballing here, we should come up with something better. And he developed something better, and that something is Sysmon. With Sysmon, it's a standalone executable, which, by the way, Microsoft is going to start bundling here in the next few months with all Windows installations. So that's great. It's going to be there by default. It's good. And if not, you can download it from Microsoft's own website. You can run it directly from there. So you have to run it, and you have to give it a config. Basically, the config is telling it which things you want to see, which are the things you want to ignore, but it's like literally 10 seconds easy to push Sysmon to all of your systems and get it to start executing. And the location you have is application services logs, Microsoft Sysmon operational, and you get this. Now, if you sat down with some freshman college students and you said, what do you think should be in an event log on a Windows computer system, right? If you ask these freshman students, what should you have for event logs on a Windows computer system, they would probably come up with something very, very similar to what you see here. Very similar, right? You would say, I think we should have date timestamp. And I think we should set that date timestamp to UTC time, the Greenwich Mean Time, right? I would also like to see the process ID. I would like to see the parent process ID. I would like to see where it executed from. I would like to get the name of the executable, the original name of the executable, the version of the executable, who created the executable. I'd like to get full command line parameters. I'd like to see who ran that particular executable. I would like to see the hashes of that executable. I would like to see the parent process ID and the parent process image. Any sane person would sit down and say, this is what we need from event logs and what we're doing. Here, hold on. I've got to get something going. Waiting for my Windows system to start. Let's go ahead and start that up. All right. Any sane person would say, this is what we need. Now, you might try to argue that Linux is better, and Linux is a little bit better, but still Linux event logs aren't nearly as good as this. Now, there is Sysmon for Linux, which gives you this type of logging facility for network connections, process execution, DNS lookups. There's a lot of amazing things that you can get from Sysmon, but Linux out of the box doesn't give you this type of logging. I have no idea what the hell happened in operating systems years and years and years ago for a number of different vendors and why we didn't get good event logs. I just don't. I have no clue, right? Because if you look at Windows, right, if I go into the Windows event logs and I look at like security event logs, these are the types of event logs I get. Special privileges assigned to a new login, system NT authority. We got these tokens. We have a logon for a user, which of course is the system account. User account management. I don't remember doing user account management on this system. I don't remember enumerating credentials. What about applications? Let's look at the application event logs. All right, so check this out. Look at this event log. It says security SSP, offline down level migration succeeded. What? Let's click on details. The details of this particular one, if I look at it, I'm going to get some good details. I have down level migration for the SysS software protection platform service. What about load perf, right? Okay, if we go to load perf, performance counters for the Win on my service were loaded successfully. The record data in the data section contains the new index values assigned to the service. What? Edge update. The service stopped. Why? By who? What the hell? Velociraptor, at least I know what Velociraptor is, right? I know what that particular one is. .NET, yep, Velociraptor, totally expect that. Yep, absolutely. But do you see how most of these event logs are absolute hot garbage? And I think the only answer to this is is, to be completely blunt, the only possible answer is cocaine.
Developers.
It's the only thing, guys. I mean, if we're trying to figure out what the hell happened here, it's mountains of cocaine. So much cocaine, you guys. Not. So we can fix that though with Sysmon, right? With Sysmon, we're finally getting event logs that we need to be able to be effective at doing our jobs in computer security. And you can easily push this out through group policy. There's a number of articles out there. This one's a little bit long in the tooth. I'll probably update it with a new one, but you absolutely can push this out through group policy, super easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Then if you wanted to get those Sysmon logs off of the system, you have Windows Event Collecting, Windows Event Forwarding, which I recommend for small organizations. For larger organizations, it's better to do something else, like WinLogBeat to get Sysmon event logs off of the system as well. Now, once you get those event logs, you can start working with a bunch of different utilities, tools. This is a company called SOC Prime, and they come up with a bunch of rules that you can use in Elastic and a number of other tools where you can go through and you can start taking rules for different types of character case encoding, that, like all kinds of weird things with process arguments on it as well. All right. And Sigma is an open source project that you can find a bunch. It's kind of like I want you to think of it as almost like snort signatures for event logs, right? If you can learn how to write event log alerts with Sigma, then these can be easily ported over to Elastic. They can be ported over to ArcSight. They can be ported over to Splunk, a variety of different other platforms very easily. So you write it here, you're ready to go. The next one I want to show you, not you, Steve, is Sysmon Modular. And this is by Olaf Hartog. It was presented a number of times. I don't have this in the slides, and I really should. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I'm lazy. But this is fantastic. It's a full framework for you for creating your own Sysmon configs. And there's also some really good default configs right out of the box that work really, really, really well in there as well. All right. So there's other types of logs for other services, right? You got Exchange logging. You know, you're going to need log file, ETW event, need to set up your event logs on that if you're doing on-prem Exchange, which you shouldn't be doing. On Active Directory, I showed you a number of pictures, and Doc did yesterday, with a tool called Logon Tracer, and there's 6 primary event IDs that drive that. We've got successful login, logon failure, Kerberos authentication service ticket requests, NTLM authentication, and assigned special privileges. So you can get a lot with very few event IDs as well. All right, that brings us to our first lab of the day. We're going to do Sysmon because Sysmon is good. And it's funny when I'm working with companies, a lot of times they're like, well, Sysmon, I don't know, man. We're logging a whole bunch of garbage. Do we really want to log more? Yes. You do want to log more. You want to log Sysmon. So here I've tied this to the MITRE technique on how this would help you detect an attacker coming into a system with valid accounts. This is actually a technique used by a number of different attackers. So we're going to disable the PowerShell. We're going to use PowerShell to disable Defender. We're going to disable that firewall. We're going to set the password of the administrator, password 1234. We're going to get our IP address. We're going to open up Kali, and you're going to compromise your Windows computer system again. Then you're going to run NSF payload. You're going to get it set up, ready to exploit. And then you're going to run Sysmon before you execute your malware, because we're going to show you what type of beautiful logs you get from Sysmon. So you run the trust me binary. We get the interpreter. We go into event viewer. We go into application service logs, Microsoft Windows, Sysmon operational. There you go. You have all the event IDs that you need in that as well. So the question was, in a real world, would the attacker be able just to hop on and disable the firewall in Defender? Yes, no, maybe so. It's not as easy as all of that, but yes, it is absolutely something that attackers do. I'll give you an example. You can use, I can't remember what it's called now, but the application compatibility toolkit on Windows, and you can literally shim antivirus and make it see no malware. It's basically a rootkit creation tool that Microsoft has where you can automatically shim things. You can do a bunch of things. You can create firewall rules that block all of the traffic from the Defender or any AV from being sent. There's a number of ways to actually do that. And that gets in that last point that you did, Shadowlark. I think GPOs would prevent that if done correctly. Those last four words, that's the demon, right? That's the detail. That's the devil. If done correctly. If they're three words, if done correctly. And most of the time, just not. It's just not. All right. So let's go ahead and let's get rolling. We're going to put 20 minutes on the clock for this lab since people are getting more familiar with these things. So let's go ahead and let's set it for 20 minutes, and then I'm going to do the walkthrough. So let's get rolling, everybody. I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, Daryl, I think that John is adding 5 more minutes to the lab.
Okay, got it.
right. Let's carry on. All righty. So let's jump into this lab. Let me throw this guy over there because I don't need it. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to disable real-time monitoring protection. Go ahead and close that down a little bit. Going to open up PowerShell. There we go. Here. And then we're going to disable the firewall. That. And then we're going to set the administrator password to password 1234. This all but guarantees that we are going to have to take the system and destroy it at the end of this lab. And I'll show you what it looks like at the end. So if you see it, you'll know what it looks like when you encounter the problem. But if you ever get a red like strip across the back saying it cannot authenticate, that's because you changed the administrator password as part of this lab. Alrighty, so we're now going to open up a Kali terminal. Like so. We're going to become root. Go ahead and accept that. Let's make this ambignified. Change settings. Appearance. That to load. Bold 18. There we go. Apply that. That's better. Come root. Then we're going to mount the remote share on the system, but I got to change that IP address to be the the Windows IP address on the Windows computer system. Go. That's 10.10.214.143. Mount that share. Got it. CD into mount Windows share. Make sure that we're there. We are on the Windows computer system. We get our Linux IP address. There we go. And then we're going to run MSF Venom, and we're going to make the malware so it connects back to our Linux system. Here. And my Linux IP address is 10.10.205.145. Takes a few minutes. Now I'm going through this kind of fast because we've already done this a number of times. So, I think we've done this twice. This is maybe the second or third time. So we're going through it pretty quick. We're going to get slower when we get to the sysmon stuff. Just give it a few moments. Once again, it takes a little while because Metasploit is the world's largest Ruby project. There we go. We have our malware, everybody. Now I'm going to run MSF console. Like that. We're going to start use the exploit multi-handler. It takes a few minutes again because it's Metasploit. And yeah, I absolutely love this lab just because it allows you to kind of see what that malware looks like when it executes. You're going to be able to see how it actually goes through, which is just so great. Whenever you actually get it, right? And also, some people have asked me, why do we do the queue? We do the queue because we want it to run in quiet mode. We don't want to see the banner and everything. And the banner looks like this. And I got rid of the banner because there's a couple of the banners that students freak out about. Let's see if I can find one right here. I've had people run Metasploit and they're like, I keep getting permission denied, permission denied, permission denied. And it says something about, I didn't say the magic word, right? There's another one that's a kernel panic banner. And people are like, well, Metasploit didn't start properly. I got a kernel panic. And that's just a Metasploit joke banner. So I use the queue to suppress this, right? Because this one's like, I got this error. It says code 000000 Metasploit framework v3. And they're like, oh my God, it didn't work. The lab is broken and John should feel bad. So by doing the queue, it just suppresses the banner from showing up. We're going to use the multi-handler. We're going to set the L host to be our Linux IP address. Doop, doop, doop. There we go. Go ahead and do this. There we go. Then we are going to run exploit, and exploit does nothing. Now, At this point, the multi-handler is up and running. Well, it's not running yet. It's going to say starting handler on 1010, 205, 145 on port 4444, and it's listening for inbound connections. But we don't want to run the malware that we created yet. We don't want to create that malware or run that malware because we want to start sysmon, right? So we're going to start up sysmon by cding into intro labs like that. Then we are going to run sysmon. We're going to accept the EULA. We're going to give it the config from Swift on security. Sysmon is now running. We're going to go back one directory and we're going to run trust me. There we go. All right. So we just executed that malware on this computer system. And there we go. That's weird. But you know what? We got an error. Huh. But you know what's really cool? Let's go see what it did in sysmon, right? So to look at the sysmon logs, we can go to application and services logs. I clearly screwed up somewhere. I probably botched an IP address somewhere. But if we look at it, so we're still going to be able to see the execution. So we got Microsoft. We're going to go to Windows. Oh, you had to reclose it and restart it? That's probably right. Go ahead and close that. Let's go ahead and open up Event Viewer. Systems are slow, but darn if they're not free. Ish. I mean, they're free to us, which is cool. Once again, thanks to Arnie. So we go to Application and Services Logs. Wait for it. Stay on target. Man, I wonder why. Something is funky. You can see the little hourglass spinning right there. Are you guys having performance issues on your VMs? Or is it just me? Yeah, I just closed it and reopened it. Clearly, it is not happy. Windows logs are loading. Ooh, we've gone to full-on snap-in. Yeah, no, I don't need a log on that. Let's try it again. I wonder if that has anything to do, like it didn't respond. Wait for it. Okay, I'm gonna give it a second to wait for the little spinny thing to stop spinning, right? I don't have any V8. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm trying to get sponsored as a computer security influencer. I know a lot of people, they try to get sponsored by like Red Bull or any of those different drinks, but I'm trying to get sponsored by low sodium V8, which I figure is setting my sights like really, 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 really low in life. But it's a dream of mine. I want to wear a shirt that says low sodium V8. And the only thing I ask, I don't want money, I don't want riches, I don't want fame that would come from being the low sodium V8 sponsor. The only thing I want is just lots of low sodium V8, I guess. All right. So this is running really, really slow. So that's why we have the screenshots. So we go into Event Viewer and we're having performance issues. And like during the next break, I'm probably going to hit up Roman and see if he can look at what's going on. There might be some Amazon hiccups because we have ran into it in the past where Amazon issues have impacted performance on this. And I don't know if it's an Amazon issue. But we go into sysmon, operational, and then the ID1 in sysmon is the process execution. And with that one, what we're getting is exactly everything that we're looking for, right? We get the name of the executable that's running right here. We get the name of the executable is trustme.exe. And this also gives us some really interesting information as well. One of the things that it gives us is what the original data for this executable is. You see, whenever we created this executable with Metasploit, over here. That particular executable that we generated is it's actually, it's got a shell. And in Metasploit parlance, they call it a template, right? And we can specify an alternate template with a K. So the template that Metasploit uses for inserting its malware into is kind of like a Trojan horse. So what it uses is Apache bench.exe. Oh, here we go. There we go. Thank you, Microsoft, for letting me know about that. Cancel. No, it's just really, really slow. All right. And it uses Apache Bench as that template file. And the original name of it is AB. So Metasploit takes its malware, puts it in it as like a Trojan horse. So all of that original information about the Apache Bench command line utility, the name of the server, the specific file version, and everything comes with the malware. So it's inserting it in. And what's really interesting about this particular bit of malware is if you were to upload this malware to VirusTotal, which we totally can do while we're waiting, because why not create more of a load on the system than we have right now? Although even my browser is not loading at this moment. Come on, you can do it. If you upload it to VirusTotal, if you just upload ab.exe, and that's the only thing, you still get it triggered as malware, even without the malware in it. So let's go ahead and let's go to, there we go. If I go to VirusTotal, take that executable, and let's go ahead and let's upload a file. We're going to go to this PC. Let's go to a C drive and trustme.exe. It's going to check the hash of trustme.exe. We're going to confirm that upload. Takes a few minutes for it. And we're going to see, like, this is absolutely like training wheels malware, right? Like, this is just very, very, very basic stuff. Uploading is running really, really, really slow on this particular system. I think I'm gonna have to blow all my stuff away. But when we do this, we're putting that malware inside of a known good binary, and we can see that artifact here, right? We can also see who ran the executable, which in this situation is the administrator account, and then we get those hashes. And that's a lot of what VirusTotal is doing right here, is actually validating the hashes and fire hydrants, which I think is important, because I think we're just training artificial intelligence to get really good at detecting buses, bikes, motorcycles, and fire hydrants. So let's go ahead and do this, because that's what AI does. Like, if AI ever has to like identify motorcycles, traffic lights, like, we're in trouble, folks. Like, if that's the end of the world. Oh God, it did call the motorcycles though. So let's go that one. It's not even a motorcycle. I mean, technically it's a scooter. I mean, let's be honest here. Oh, I hate you. Am I doing this wrong? Like, are you guys?
I always miss. It's like, is it the cord that I'm not getting? Like, what is
It
happening?
wants me to choose the file again. Like, oh God, okay. And it makes me start to question my humanity. Like Blade Runner, the more recent. Oh my God, no!
Maybe you are a robot.
Maybe I am a robot, right? I don't know if anybody else can screenshot this, but it's not letting me upload trustme.exe. I think that we've got problems on multiple fronts, which is starting to make me wonder if it's not something with cloud computing. Although VirusTotal is ran by Google, they acquired it. Oh, I hate you.
Do you want me to reach out to Roman?
Yeah, just ping him and see if there's some performance issues on his side.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will. I'll text him.
Is acting weird too. There might be weird things in the interwebs going on right now. But this is all the stuff that you would ultimately be looking for, right? Like, this is what you would want in an event log, right? And the thing I like to show with this particular piece of malware is, even with this malware being as well known and like used everywhere, it's still, I think there's something like 15 to 20 antivirus engines that miss it. And every once in a while, you'll see a big name like Symantec, whatever their new name is, or you'll see Palo Alto miss it sometimes. And it's like, holy crap. I think I missed some picks. I don't know. Everything looks fine to me. Yeah, robot, right? So that is this month. So sysmon is really powerful. Because my virtual machine is acting super weird, I'm going to go into MetaCTF and I'm going to destroy my lab environment. And it looks like I'm logged out of MetaCTF. So let me log back in. I missed the tracking pixel. It's entirely possible that I missed the tracking pixel. But I'm just going to blow that whole lab environment away because there's nothing that can be trusted about it. So I'm just going to destroy it. There we are. And we're going to move on, and we are going to talk about advanced endpoint protection on that. Is right. All right. So when we're looking at the MITRE attack framework, there is a lot of ground that can be covered by the endpoint protection space, right? There's a ton of different things. In the game, backdoors and breaches, here we go. You guys see this? This is the new competitive version of backdoors and breaches. Like, let me show you. We've introduced a new category of cards, a new class of cards, if you will, that I think is pretty cool. They're prep cards. So like some of my favorites in here are like Pay the Ransom. This one's pretty cool. Basically, you pay, I don't know, what is it? You pay 5 resource points and you remove all of the attacker's cards. This is an internal honey user. If there's a lateral movement card, you neutralize it if somebody uses that against you. I have some that are just my absolute faves that we created. Targeted email compromise. Check this one out. Yeah, urgent from the CEO. There we go. There's some good pictures. I got some in here that are just like, some of them are just my favorites. Let me see here, right here. This is the one. I was in the zone this day. CEOs or CTOs on ketamine. So this one, if you roll 11 or higher, you get 2 additional resource points. They're just giving money to you. So I don't know if anybody knows where that came from, right? Yeah. So those are the cards that we have that we've created in backdoors and breaches. But the other thing that we did and how it's germane to what we're talking about here for the endpoint protection is the version 3 of the core deck. All right. So this is a brand new version 3. See, I'm special because I pay for it. I get it before anybody else. And in this deck, we've introduced a cost for defense cards. Like if you want to elevate a defense card to a documented procedure defense card, you have to pay money. And some of these cards have more value than others. So you can see that the SIM card costs 4, right? So if you're going to do SIM log analysis, it costs 4. And if we go to the endpoint protection analysis card, which is what we're talking about here, it also is 4. So endpoint protection analysis costs you 4 resource points to elevate to a full documented. And the reason why is because, one, it's expensive. I mean, getting good EDR is super expensive, but it's also the most effective. If you're looking at like SIM, network threat hunting, and EDR, it neutralizes more attacks than any other card. So that's where we've introduced the cost associated with these cards as well. So we're talking about EDR and MITRE. Almost every single thing on here that involves an endpoint can be detected by an EDR environment, right? And the key to doing this and doing this like correctly is the concept of overlapping fields of visibility, right? So if you got like AV EDR, which is what we're talking about now, that's helping protect the endpoint. Network security monitoring is helping protect the endpoint. UEBA is helping protect the endpoint. And SIM is helping protect the endpoint. And when we're talking about like Venn diagrams, anytime you have an overlap of a circle, it's a multiplication visualization, basically, right? If I have 2 circles and they're not touching, then it's additive, right? So if I have AV and network security monitoring and they're not touching and protecting the same assets, then it's additive. But if they're overlapping on the protection of the assets, then you get like a multiplication in your overall security infrastructure. So the more technologies that you can bring to bear on an endpoint, as just an example, the more security you have by like orders of magnitude, right? So what happens in a lot of organizations, unfortunately, is they say, well, we're running AV, we're running EDR. We don't need SIM pulling the event logs from the endpoint. We don't need UEBA monitoring the endpoint. And Alan just brought up a great point. That's literally what we meant by layers of defense. Unfortunately, defense in depth for many organizations was translated not on overlapping security, but the amount of money in as far as the depth of money you spend in computer security. And I think that that's a bit horrific in this space as well. So we're talking about how we can overlap these security technologies to bring them to bear at the point on a protection. But get ready to pay. There's a reason why that card, it costs $4 to elevate it, right? So when you're looking at all these different products that are out there, you got like Endgame, which now is part of Elastic, CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, Carbon Black. One of my favorites is BlackBerry Cylance, which isn't a thing anymore. Does anybody know how much BlackBerry acquired Cylance for? Just Google it real quick. You guys can cheat. How much did BlackBerry acquire Cylance for? Right? And a lot of these products, like they're using all kinds of artificial intelligence and all that crap, which is great. Good for them. That's fantastic. It was not $1. I think it was like, if somebody can find the actual number, I think it was like $1.4 billion. It was over $1 billion. And BlackBerry, after they burned $1 million on Cylance, which actually was a really good product, right? At the time that BlackBerry acquired it, and I had my problems with Cylance over the years, but they acquired it for $1 billion and they sold it for $160 million. Now, do you all know the difference between $1 billion and $1 million? The difference between $1 billion and $1 million is about $1 billion. That's because 1 million is 1/1000th of a billion. So BlackBerry lost 90% of its investment on Cylance, which is crazy, right? Excuse me. Now, when we're looking at these different products, there's so much money that's getting dumped into this space, right? So much money that's getting dumped into this space. And so here's my take. I talk to a lot of VC people and investment firms, and they're looking to invest in products. And I pretty much have a default answer. If anyone's like, well, we're going to invest in this new EDR product, I'm like, effing don't. Like, just don't. Like, you're not going to get your return on investment on that product, full stop. And the reason why is if you're looking at like SentinelOne, CrowdStrike, and even Cylance for a good part of time, and Microsoft, the artificial intelligence algorithms are only as good as the data set that's training those AI algorithms. So I don't care what your product space is, you're not going to compete with the amount of data that is training that product with a CrowdStrike, with a SentinelOne, with a Microsoft, right? So you have all of this stuff where I'm basically like, stay out of the EDR product. Now, there are some open source alternatives. We're using an older tool that works great from an articulation perspective in this class called BlueSpawn. You would never use this in a public setting, right? You wouldn't run this at work. This is a product that was created by some university students out of Virginia that was developed for a CCDC competition, cyber collegiate defense competition. And they used it because at the CCDC comp, they weren't allowed to use antivirus, but they were allowed to build their own. So a bunch of university students in a cave in Afghanistan created BlueSpawn. And it actually worked in the CCDC competition, and it did really well. So a little bit later, we're going to be going through and using this tool as a stand-in for a full corporate EDR in a lab as well. And this really boils down to MITRE coverage. If we're looking at BlueSpawn, BlueSpawn has pretty good MITRE coverage, actually. It really does okay. It's not as much as you would get with CrowdStrike. But once again, university students, and I probably need to get a hold of the university students and fund the update of BlueSpawn as well and get it mapped over to better MITRE coverage. And this really gets to how do you relate to your EDR, right? How do you relate to your endpoint security protection suites in your organization, and how do you work with it? Well, honestly, you don't trust it. Right? Like in our SOC, our Security Operations Center, we have this quote. It's like, we don't trust us. You shouldn't trust us either. And that sounds awesome. Like that's like, wow, that's a marketing strategy that's going to win. But the reason why we say this is we are constantly testing and evaluating and making sure that our tech stack works. Because if there's one thing that I've learned over the years is that tech stacks continuously freaking break. It is just like one of the ironclad rules. You're going to push out sysmon version that's going to break. You're going to push out a new EDR package that's going to retag things, that's going to break detects on the backside. You're going to have WEC-WEFs that fail quietly, which they do, excuse me, which is very common for WEC-WEFs to like fail like in quiet ways. It's like, I'm going to stop sending traffic now, but not all the traffic. I'm going to still send like 15 to 20%. It just happens. Firewall rules get updated that block entire organizations' data set. They push their EDR to only 70% of the environment. We had one environment that they were compromised, and we're like, how the hell were they compromised? They were a Cynet customer, and this isn't necessarily a Cynet issue. I want to make that clear. But they were a Cynet customer, and like a whole bunch of systems were getting compromised. And we found out that when they rolled out Cynet, for whatever reason, it didn't install on 100% of the systems. So the attackers were just compromising these 30% of the systems in the environment. So we need that threat emulation to make sure that stuff is working. That's what we're after. Now, for threat emulation, you have tools like Caldera. Right? You can use Caldera, which is by MITRE, to do testing and evaluation. You can also use Atomic Red Team, and this is going to be what we're going to do in the lab coming up here in just a few moments. We're going to do adversarial emulation using Atomic Red Team and Metasploit. Here you can see like a breakdown of the Atomic where it gives you information and details where it says, okay, this is the MITRE technique. This is regserve32, local com scriptlet execution. Upon execution, calc.exe will be launched. This is the command that runs, and this really helps you write your detects on the other side. So if this executes and it doesn't get detected, well, then you have everything you need to know to write your detects on it as well. And part of this class, especially for people that are getting started in security, is to make them feel comfortable with malware, make them feel comfortable with the idea of Atomic Red Team, make them feel comfortable with attack simulation, because red tools, open source attack tools, should be absolutely without question part of the DNA of every security team that's out there. You have to be comfortable with these things. You just have to. Other tools out there that are cool, Bloodhound. I want to get a Bloodhound lab going in here as well. But Bloodhound will show you the pathways from a standard user all the way up to becoming a domain administrator. And there's a number of exploit paths, and Bloodhound will automatically enumerate those pathways as well. Now, one of the problems about threat emulation or threat simulation is writing the signatures too on the nose. So let's go back to this Atomic Red Team one, right? So here you can see the command it ran was regserve32 /s/u. We're going to go ahead and we're going to run the Atomic Red Team Atomics T117 source regserve32 script object. If you write your signature to match that exactly, you're going to detect it, right? You're absolutely going to detect anybody that's running Atomic Red Team in your environment. Good for you. You're never going to detect an attacker because the attacker is not going to execute from the Atomic Red Team Atomics T1117 directory. They're just not. So when you're writing your detects, it's better to look at the above one where it says, this is the executable. These are the options that are being used. Don't write it to be super specific to exactly what the attacker would use, or sorry, what was used in the threat emulation tool. Now, there's a lot of commercial offerings. We got Attack IQ, XM Cyber, Scythe. I need to add in, there's a bunch more tools that are in here. I need to put them in here, and they're all fine. The biggest problem that I have with these tools is they're trying to say, and not all of these vendors, but a lot of the vendors are saying, we're completely automating the pen test. And if you do that, you're snake oil. You are not automating a pen test. I feel much better if you're looking at it as a tool that's a pen test augmentation tool, right? You're going to run this tool to take care of that 80%. So Roswell was asking, if you can't test everything, what should you prioritize so you don't have blind spots, right? You would need to use these tools to test that 80%, that Pareto principle, right? What can we do quickly and easily to get us 80% of the way where we need to be so that human beings can focus on the hard 20%? Because that's where I want my pen testers focusing their time, energy, and effort on, more than trying to do all this stuff by hand. Now we have a lab. atomic red team and blue spawn. So let's go ahead and let's jump over. I'm going to start my lab up. I don't know if Megan got a hold of Roman. I think she did, maybe.
I did.
Yeah.
He's checking it out.
Okay.
So
sounds good. All right. So we're going to go into atomic red team, Metasploit, and blue spawn. We're going to disable that AV. Now, I'm going to talk more about the alerting non-blocking mode, but when you're running your detects and you're running your tests, you want to make sure that your AV is an alerting non-blocking mode. That means it's going to allow things to execute, but it's going to notify you what it would have stopped. Because if you don't do that, it's literally going to stop all execution of any and all PowerShell. And the atomic red team's not going to execute. And that's not going to be a valid test. You want it to go through all of its test scenarios and see what it would have detected at every single phase. So you want it to complete the testing, but you want it to give you a rundown of what it would have done. So we're going to go ahead and fire up blue spawn. Then we're going to install atomic red team. This may take a few minutes, and then we're going to execute a number of different individual techniques, right? Then you're going to go back and check to see if there's any detects that were detected on the in blue spawn. Now, if you have more time, you can also exploit your system with malware again. And then once you have your system exploited with malware, then you can try to do some manual techniques like keystroke logging or doing persistence mechanisms with registry keys and things like that as well, elevating permissions. So the point is to test and see, what does blue spawn detect? What does it not detect? Now, once again, the goal of this lab isn't how does blue spawn work? The goal of this lab is to show you how you would use your EDR and evaluate your EDR against the techniques that have been provided. So this is going to take us to the top of the hour. Let's go ahead and let's put like, what is it, 40 minutes on the clock, and we'll resume in 40 minutes. So let's get rolling. Hit it. Sorry. Somebody just summoned me? Who just summoned me? You got to stop doing the summoning. No, it's fine. Go ahead and put the music back on. All right. And we are back. Let's go ahead and let's get rolling. All right. So I restarted my cloud lab so we can get into this and get rolling on it as well.
Hey, John, Roman said that he bumped it up some, so it should be good.
All right. Sounds good. Okay. He turned down the suck knob. There we go. All right. So let's disable Defender on this system. And now we're going to start up Blue Spawn. Now, once again, I got to reiterate, you would never use Blue Spawn in a commercial environment. But the one thing that Blue Spawn allows us to do is it allows us to emulate what we would see from an EDR product pretty easily. Do we have Zach on? Is he floating around? Hi, Megan?
I don't think Zach is here. Do you want me to grab him?
No, just if we could take down a note that we should reach out to the university that created Blue Spawn and offer to get to cover some interns to update Blue Spawn.
Okay.
That would be really cool.
Was it Virginia Tech that did?
I think so. They have their own website, but if we can have Zach reach out and be like, hey, we use this tool. We love it. We would love to, University of Virginia. We would love
UVA.
to,
Okay.
yeah, we would love to help sponsor this. That would be awesome.
Okay.
So I'm going to CD into the intro labs directory if I can get my typing hand to do typing things. And on Blue Spawn, here we go. All right. So once again, Blue Spawn's coverage is not like crazy big. It's not a whole bunch. But the other thing I wanted to point out is we're running it in monitor mode, right? It's not actively going to stop any attacks that are hitting this particular system, but it's going to tell us what it would have done, right? So I'm going to CD to the top level directory on my PowerShell prompt, and then we're going to run this command that downloads and executes and installs Deep Blue, or not Deep Blue CLI, that downloads and installs Atomic Red Team on the system. And this may take a few moments, but I also added this step into the lab, and this is kind of where I'm heading with a number of the labs that I have in this class, is we're actually kind of moving towards installing the tools, right? A number of these tools can be installed relatively quickly. Some of them take a little bit longer to get installed. But I think that doing all of these, like seeing how you install the tool is important as well, to just running the tools, because now you know how to get it up and running in your environment as well. Now we're running Invoke Atomic Red Team, which is a project that is actively maintained, believe it or not, by one of the anti-siphon instructors that we have. Carrie Roberts has an entire course on doing adversarial emulation, which, by the way, is one of the classes that we have in our Black Friday sale that you would get as part of the package total of running all of our anti-siphon training classes. So I'm going to go ahead and run this script. Looks like I've got YAML ready to rock and roll. Now we're going to import the Atomic Red Team module, like so. Now we're ready to do some atomics, huh? Now, each one of these atomics that we have, I've given them the number. Now, there's a cross number between the new numbering, which we're using here, and the old numbers that are associated with Blue Spawn. And that's probably one of the things we're going to have the University of Virginia students work on, is updating those numbers so they match a little bit better. But it gives you an idea how you can run each individual atomic test. You can also run all of them, or you can create a script that will just run the atomics that you want it to run in your environment. So here I'm running this one. What is this one? Windows logon shell key parameters. Sure enough, you can see when logon helper, we lit that up like a Christmas tree, right? So we saw that stimulus in running the attack, and we saw that response in our EDR tool notifying us that it was able to detect it. So that would be a positive inclination of what is going on with our security infrastructure. Now we're going to run it again. We're going to run T1543.003, modify the fax service, modify an existing service, right? So far, we're doing good. We're doing good. So far, Blue Spawn is crushing it for a free tool. Next up, I'm going to run a different one here. What is it? 1547.001 registry key. Oh, we nailed that one too. registry key startup folder. It's cursory, doing great. The last one that we're going to do is evoke atomic tests 1546008. There we go. We fired off a debugger and we got group policy modifications from symbolic links, and we were able to detect that, right? So that's awesome. So far, we're kind of sitting pretty good, right? But you know what? We can do more. Oh, look, calculator is now configured to automatically run when I log in because I like math that much, I guess. So far, we're doing pretty good. Java update available. Not today, Satan. All right. So far, we're doing pretty good with these detects. But here's the problem, okay? Here's the problem. Atomic Red Team is great. It has tons of different atomics that you can test to validate and make sure that things are working properly. But what happens if you have a scenario where an atomic doesn't exist? What if there's a new attack, there's a new technique, and Atomic Red Team does not have a built-in test that we can validate that everything is working properly? What are we going to do then? So we're going to walk through how you would do it manually, utilizing the Metasploit framework to do this stuff on your own if an atomic doesn't exist. And we're just going to go very quickly through the instructions to compromise this computer system, which you have now done 3 or 4 times. I'm going to open up that Kali prompt, get that going. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and change the settings. We're going to change the appearance of our Kali system. I'm going to move quickly with this. I think I changed my password. Yeah, I did. All right, so we're doing good. We're going to change the font. We're going to enhance that font so we can actually see it. And now we're going to get rolling. So I'm going to run ipconfig on my Windows computer system so I have the ability to get that IP address off to the side because we've done that multiple times right now. And then we're going to become root on our Linux computer. Now we're going to mount the share on our Windows computer system because we changed that password. I'll put in the IP address of our Windows system. Once again, I'm going fast. It's like the 3rd or 4th time we've done this. So we're going to go to 10.10.253.134. Mount that share. Going to CD into that share. Then we're going to get our Linux IP address because we need that for a reverse connection whenever we create the malware. Because what we're going to do is we're going to use real malware to test this stuff, right? We're going to say that we have some type of new attack out there that existing tools aren't detecting, and Atomic Red Team doesn't have an atomic that's created for it. So we need to infect our computer system so we can manually test what's going on. So we're going to 10.10.195.27. Takes a few seconds for it to run. I can open up another prompt while that's doing its magic. Just start up another Kali prompt here. Go ahead and make that font bigger. Goes a lot faster after we've done it once. There we go. Got it. All righty. So now we're going to become root again in that second Kali prompt. Even though our malware is now done, we're going to fire off MFS console. Now, if you remember, MSF console takes a few minutes to run. Just like creating the malware associated with it, it's using the Ruby environment and Metasploit, which is the world's largest Ruby environment. And now we're refiring that up. But while we're waiting, Tinfoil has a question. Which release of Bluestone is it, by the way? I tried downloading the latest from GitHub and the exe disappeared from my VM when I used level cursory. Probably because I don't know, were you using the VM in this class, or were you using your own personal VM? Because that sounds to me like your AV nuked Bluespawn, which is weird, but not that weird if you think about it. A lot of antivirus products look at AV as just malware. So, dude, I have no idea. Like you're off-roading off the labs. I have no clue. I'd have to try to recreate that as well. So yeah, there was one that was already installed, Tinfoil, in the intro labs directory. So it's ready to go. You can try that one as well. All right, so let's go ahead and let's fire up that multi-handler. As we're getting good at exploiting Windows computer systems. Now we're going to use the Meterpreter reverse TCP because that's the malware that we created on the other side. We're going to set the L host to be our Linux IP address. Also just do this. There we go. And then I'm going to run exploit. We got it listening. It's going to pull it here in just a couple of seconds. It's going to say multi-handler listening on 10.10.something.something on port 4444 for TCP. There we go. So we've got it up and running. Now we're ready to infect our computer system. Let's go back to our command prompt. Okay, that's that one. Let's go ahead and start another one. Dyslexia drives me knucking futz. I'm going to run it as administrator. And then we're going to cd to the top level directory, and we're going to run trust me. All right. Now, at this particular point, BlueSpawn isn't necessarily going to detect that because that's malware executing. And there's something that's kind of interesting about this. Even though you're in a situation now where EDR products are hyper advanced, still getting initial code execution is pretty easy on Windows computer systems. A lot of the modern endpoint protection products and EDRs, their strength doesn't necessarily come from watching every single executable, but looking at what those executables do post-exploitation. So we've been saying for years at BHIS, getting that initial code execution, totally a thing. We can get malware running on a box. But once we start doing stuff on that system, that's where things start to get a little wishy-washy. And that's where a lot of the defenses are getting really strong. So what we want to do is the first one that we're going to do is we're going to run a keystroke logger, right? We're going to run keyscan start. Say that there's a new attack technique. We're reading that the Chinese hackers have all of a sudden really gotten into keystroke loggers. We're going to fire off that keystroke sniffer. I'm going to go ahead and put this over here. So we have no detects for that keystroke logger. So I can run it. I can do notepad. This is my password. It sucks. There we go. And then I can do keyscan dump. Let's see if that works. There it is. Keystroke logger's working. BlueSpawn didn't detect it, right? BlueSpawn did not detect it. So now I've identified that I have a gap in my security infrastructure, right? Like if I'm trying to detect keystroke loggers, we've got to figure out how we write something to be able to detect those keystroke loggers. Now I'm going to get a shell. By the way, you can do a shell in a number of different ways. A fun fact, one of the ways that you can run shell is just running shell. You can also do execute space -F, and you can do it this way. -F for file, -H for hide, and then cmd.exe, and it'll create a shell on that. Ooh, I don't have, ooh, that one failed. That's what I get for off-roading. Shouldn't do that. So we've got a shell now on this system. And now we're going to start running some registry commands. Now you're asking me a question that's very much a loaded question, right? What is a preferred? We just did a registry key. It may take a couple of seconds for it to come through on that if it detects it. Right now, that registry key did not get detected. But you asked me what is the proper endpoint security product that people should be using. Let's go ahead and fire off another registry key. And honestly, the one that probably gives BHIS testers the most fits is there we go, actually detected the registry key the second time, is Windows Defender. And that, once again, is because, and that goes to having EL5 and using Sentinel and the full backend that Microsoft offers. And the reasoning for that is a couple of different points. The first reason is Microsoft is getting more telemetry than any other company on the face of the planet. For as far as baselining what is normal, what is abnormal, Microsoft is just rolling in the deep, right? They get that more than anybody else. CrowdStrike would probably be right up there, and then it drops off fairly quickly from that point on. But all these products, they have their good days and they have their bad days, right? So the big thing that you start with is trying to bypass being hooked by AMSI, the anti-malware service. And that's one of the things I've been in and out doing calls, running things a little bit late here because we're working with coordination with Microsoft on a bypass technique. So there we go. So now you can see that BlueSpawn was able to detect the registry keys. Once again, the goal of this is not like use BlueSpawn. The goal of this is how do you evaluate your antivirus product to make sure that it has the proper coverage and the alerts and the tuning that you need is actually working on that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and destroy my lab on that. I'm not going to get into John Strand's antivirus reviews. I'm not going to do that for a couple of reasons. One of the main reasons is they'll send hit squads after me. But I told you the ones that I like. I'm not going to get into each one of them because that gets a bit weird. And I'm telling you, they totally get their feelings hurt. Like if I'm like, well, ESET is not good, then that's going to be recorded on YouTube. And then other people are going to use it for advertising against ESET. If I said that they're, not as amazing, and then that's going to be put into a video and they're going to send it to their customers. So the two that I don't have any problem really talking about would be, if we're looking at EPP and saying, hey, these are pretty solid, would be CrowdStrike, Microsoft. If you're looking at like just pure play to pay EDR, then I would say Lima Charlie is my favorite. So there you go. Use my voice. I don't always recommend an EDR product, but when I do, I recommend Lima Charlie. I don't know. There you go. Now that's going to be on the internet and that's going to haunt me, right? All right, so now let's talk about host-based firewalls. We got done with endpoint, and your relationship with endpoint isn't really the endpoint itself per se, but how do we test and evaluate the endpoint product that it's working properly? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go again when we're talking about the MITRE attack technique matrix. This lateral movement column right here absolutely gets smoked, like the whole column, if you can properly configure your firewalls in your environment to be set up to stop host-to-host communications. It's very, very common in environments for the hosts to talk to servers, for servers to talk to each other. You see that communication happen all the time. What shouldn't happen on a regular basis is workstation A talking to workstation B. It just shouldn't happen. And by turning on your firewall, it allows that host-to-host communication to die. This is great because it really shuts down that lateral movement. And if somebody's using Metasploit, they're trying to access a system and use credentials to do pass the hash, which I'll show you here in a little bit. I kind of showed you the other day with the password hash for the administrator account. But if I can get access to one machine, I can steal the password hashes and then reuse that on a number of other machines. Now, I generally can't do that with administrator today because of lapse, but it's very common for third-party software packages to be installed that have their own like administrator level account that has a shared password. We take advantage of that. And ultimately what we're doing here is we're trying to segment environments, right? You need to treat your internal network as hostile because it is. Marcus Random years ago, when he developed the firewall, he said the firewall was this beautiful thing that I created, and then immediately everyone came and just blew a hole right in the middle of it on port 80 on web traffic. And he was right. We had that hole that was created on port 80 on all these systems, and that created problems. But when we're looking at that internal segmentation, post-exploitation, it's relatively rare for environments to have really solid internal segmentation in the environment to shut down that lateral movement, right? And this means attacks like pass the hash have worked since 1997, right? Security ticket attacks, impersonation attacks have worked forever. You need to make that assumption that you're going to get compromised. And that, in some level, is actually kind of sort of acceptable. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff that is acceptable, but you don't like it, right? Like death and taxes. We're all going to die. Every one of us, none of us, like nobody here gets out alive is a truism. We're okay with it. It doesn't mean that we like it. It doesn't mean it's wonderful. It's just something that you accept. You're going to pay taxes. You're going to have to accept that. But what's not acceptable is an attacker persisting for months. What is not acceptable is an attacker that can pivot from one workstation and then take over large segments of the rest of the environment. That should be an unacceptable approach. And you can use internal firewalls, you can use private VLANs to set up that segmentation, or you can set up the actual host-based firewalls on that as well. So just your standard everyday exploit, right? We have the little X symbol on the right-hand side. Attacker compromises it. What happens after that? Right? And many organizations are unable to detect lateral movement using PSExec, using pass the hash, using remote desktop, using pass the token. And the reason why they're unable to detect this type of lateral movement is because for many environments, this type of lateral movement is normal Windows to Windows communication. Administrators use PS-exec for remote management. Pass the hash and pass the token is how authentication works on a Windows environment. Remote desktop is how people remotely access desktop. So you run into this internal lateral movement dilemma where there's very little IDS IPS on the inside of the environment. An attacker can use these credentials to move laterally to all of these different systems. So these systems then become additional exploit pivot points that you can use to try to gain access to a full domain controller, right? Now, you can, once again, treat the internal network as hostile, and you should. And one of the questions I like to ask is, why are your corporate computer systems more secure from a network perspective at a coffee shop than they are at work? And this really is the genesis when you hear people talking about, a zero trust networking, right? Zero trust networking. And it seems, I would say once every 6 months, I come across somebody that's like, I'm the guy that invented zero trust networking. And it's like, no, you're not. But everybody, it's the same thing that you hear is I was doing object-oriented coding before it was a thing. No, you weren't. It's just these weird brags that people like to put out there. But the core concept of zero trust networking is the individual entity does not trust the network and the network does not trust the individual entity. So your firewall on your workstation is up all of the time, right? And your network should have 802.2 network access control, some type of provisioning to preventing malicious systems from entering the network. And then if you want to go further, cloud computing is truly a zero trust environment, right? Because every single asset has to authenticate to the cloud services. The individual workstations do not trust the networks that they're on. You set up things like VPNs. Honestly, that's where we should have been heading for a long, long, long time. So we need to segment off the business units at the network level and at the host level as well. Now, this can be really complicated, right? But a lot of the different firewalls that people run have built-in antivirus management capabilities. It's just there, right? It's just a thing that comes with the product. And you should use those because that gives you a cloud management interface where you can manage and set up the rules for all of these firewalls from these AV products centrally in one place. This restricts that lateral movement. So if an attacker compromises one workstation and they try to hit all of these other workstations with PS-exec, pass the token, remote desktop, and pass the hash, this is truly what we're talking about when we're trying to hit the idea and ideals of defense in depth. Every single one of these firewalls now becomes a point of detection with the attacker post-exploitation. So your detection isn't a firewall. It isn't like a network firewall. It's not an intrusion detection system. Now, every workstation in your environment is a point of detection as well. And this gets into one of the things I talk about extensively with architecture. If you look at security architecture, it's a lot like building architecture. All of the different components that we have, and by the way, I just want to make it clear, my wife disagrees with me on this, but architecture, as near as I can tell, is nothing but a study of failure. If you look at load factor resistance design, if you look for the AASHTO standards, if you go through all of these books, and my wife has all these books because she's a structural engineer, she gets these magazines, and when I read them, talks about failure points. What is the shear moment of a beam? What is it for a beam that's made out of metal? What is it made out of reinforced concrete? How big is the rebar? What's the failure point for doors? All of these different components have failure points. And when an architect designs a building, they build the building knowing all of these different failure points in total for the architecture. And then they use programs like STAAD to see how the architecture distributes the load and whether or not you're working within acceptable parameters of the failure. IT architecture should be the same thing. We should understand and design our architectures in such a way that we understand the failure mode for every single component. And if that component fails from a security perspective, what is the fallback that allows us to detect that that failure happened? Once again, getting back to this Venn diagram. If we have UEBA, if we have SIM, if we have AV, if we have network security monitoring, if we have any of these structural security components fail, there are 3 other components there to help pick up the slack associated with that failure. because, I've done hot nation state on nation state action, right? I've done this for the United States government. And I can tell you, if we ever broke into an environment and they had AV, network security monitoring, SIM, and UEBA, we would stop in our tracks. We would throw up a request to some commanding officer and we would say, are we allowed to continue? And the commanding officer would have to make a determination to say whether or not the operation is hot. That means, like, let's say we've got soldiers on the ground. We need the intelligence. We need access to these computer systems right now for the success, the immediate success of this particular operation. They may say, go for it, even though they know there's a heightened risk of detection. Or they would say something like, we need to slow down. Dwell, maintain some level of persistence, get really, really stealthy, dwell for a long period of time, we'll maybe back out possibly and find another attack path coming in. The point is, even at the nation state level, if you hit an environment that has these things aligned, it's one of those situations where many times even nation state level adversaries are going to back the hell out of the network as quickly as they can. And the reason, TTPs, tools, tactics, and procedures are expensive to develop. They're expensive to acquire. And we don't want to have to be in a situation where we're going to burn a really expensive TTP in doing an op. All right. So Windows has a firewall. It's bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not great, right? It's just awful. Turn it on. It's far better than nothing at all, and you can configure it with group policy. Now, your rule set in your firewall will be something like this, like workstations can talk to server subnets. Server subnets can talk to workstations, but workstations can't talk to each other. If you do that, you have a great start. But look at what I just said. It requires you to have a network architecture that clearly delineates where your servers are at, where your workstations are at. If you're in an environment that's running like a totally flat network and servers are on the same network range as like workstations, that makes this incredibly difficult to manage and set up. But at that particular point, it's not the fault of this strategy for security. It's an architectural failing in the organization. Because once again, your servers should be on their own network segments. Your workstations should be on their own network segments. Printers should be on their own network segments. And other than clearly defined communication channels and ports, these things should not be allowed to communicate with each other. Now, as I mentioned earlier, almost all of the different endpoint protection vendors have built-in firewalls. And these built-in firewalls can, in fact, be centrally managed. And they're way easier than working with NetSH ADV firewall. And they have cloud management solutions. So you should be looking at utilizing these solutions as much as you can from existing vendors that you have. All right, we now have a lab with host firewalls and Nmap. All right, so I'm going to start my lab up. There we go. We're going to go back to the lab list. All right. We're going to go into Intro to Security. We'll run host firewalls and Nmap. Now, I want to show you kind of like from the exploitability, there we go, that's a word, perspective, what we're dealing with when we're dealing with a host-based firewall and what it looks like with a port scanner, and then how that can be exploited. So we're going to get the IP address of our Windows system, and we're going to Nmap our Windows system. And you're going to see these ports. We got RPC, remote procedure call, NetBIOS, SSN, Microsoft Data Services. Then these other ones, this is for remote desktop and basically how you're accessing the system. And when we're running these systems wide open, this is actually the way your systems tend to look in an Active Directory environment. So every time we do our labs, you notice we're setting off our firewalls, NetSH ADV firewall set all profile state off. That is really, really the way they look in Active Directory. It's just very, very, very common. So we're going to make sure our firewall's off. We're going to run a scan. You're going to see those ports are open on the system. On. We're going to turn it on, and you can see all of those RPC ports just disappear, right? Now, these two ports that you do see are the ones that are required for the cloud environment to work. But these RPC and NetBIOS ports, those are the remote management ports on a Windows computer system. So now we shut the firewall off, we rerun the scan, and you can see those ports are back. That means we can authenticate and gain access to that system. So let's disable the firewall. Let's set the administrator passwords to password1234, get that IP address, run Metasploit, run ifconfig. We're going to do something different. Instead of uploading malware to a share, we're going to show you how we can use those RPC ports to execute malware using ps-exec. So we're going to use exploit Windows SMB ps-exec, set the R host of your Windows computer system, the L host of your Linux computer system, set the SMB user to administrator, set the SMB pass to password 1234, and run exploit. And once you're on, you can run hash dump, you can exit -y, and then we can do the set SMB pass and re-exploit the system utilizing pass the hash. That means if an attacker gains access to one system and they're able to pull down the password hash, they can reuse that password hash on all the other systems without cracking it. Remember, we talked about this yesterday. So we can shut that down by turning on the firewall and rerunning the attack, and it will fail. All right, so this lab is going to take us up to and through the break. Let's set the timer for, let's do 35 minutes on this lab. 35 minutes on this lab. And when we come back, I'll walk through it. Let's get it rolling. See you guys on the other side. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and let's get through. Oops. I hate how Zoom has these little pops up. They always pop up right where I need to click. There we go. All right. So there we go. So the first thing we're going to do is get our Windows IP address. I'm just going to take that, throw it over here. Once again, I've got it handy dandy and ready to go. Now we're going to open up our colleagues.
Hey, John, is your share paused?
Oh, crap. Here, let me resume. There we are.
Yep.
We should be back. All right. So now we're going to make the Kali system bigger. Wait for it. There we go. Bold 18. There we go. All righty. And then we're going to become root. Now, one of the reasons why we're becoming root is because Nmap can run non-root and it can run root. When you run it in root, it does direct raw socket access to the TCP IP stack as a root user. And that gives us a few more flexibilities. And honestly, there's nothing here that requires root from the scanning perspective, but it's just a habit that I have. And I just ran it against the default IP address that I say your IP address will be different. So we're going to do 10.10.244.23, run that against the Windows computer system, and then let's see what happens. Now, there are some people that kind of got some things that were a little bit different. And how that happens is you run into a situation where when that blue bar pops up and it says, do you want to allow systems to access your network? Blah, blah, blah. If you click no, turns on your firewall. So it's really kind of this weird, inconsistent strangeness that happens whenever people are starting up. And they're like, I like firewalls. I should turn that on. So now we're going to turn that firewall on and we're going to show you how it looks different. Right. So I'm going to run netsh adv firewall set all profile state on, rerun it. And now those ports, not all of them, but a number of them flat out disappear. So the only ones that we see are MS Web Services, which is like remote desktop, and then WSD API. All right. Both of those are used in the lab environment as well. So now we have like you notice it matches up. Once again, when people start their system, it's different. Now, if I turn it back off again and I rerun the scan, you'll see those ports come back again. It's not what I wanted. There we go. And now you'll see those ports show up, those RPC ports show up again. Now, the question that we seek to answer with this particular lab is, what does that mean, right? If we have those ports that are open on a Windows computer system inside of an environment, what does that mean from the overall security? Well, it actually means that the attacker can totally take credentials and they can use those credentials to move laterally through other computer systems. And as we did on day one, we showed you that Windows authentication is pretty much clear text. And that means that the attackers are able to use attacks like pass the hash to gain access to computer systems. So we've got the IP address for the Windows computer system already over there. Now we're going to do a different Metasploit trick because we've been doing the share. We've been creating malware directly from the command line, which I think is cool. So people know how you can create malware utilizing Metasploit and those things into different things, and that's great. But now we're going to show you a different way where we can actually access those RPC ports, specifically Microsoft Data Services, and we can directly access the Windows computer system, create a service, and upload and exploit that computer system via any executable that we want. In this situation, we're going to be doing that with the MITRE process on that system. So let's go ahead and get my next command ready to go because it's coming in hot. Go ahead and we're going to set the R host. Oh, we got to use set. Wait a minute. I think I'm missing. Am I using the payload? I didn't set. Did I miss putting the payload in? Oh, it looks like it did the defaults. Okay. Fine. This works fine. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to use exploit SMB exec. We're going to set the R host to be the Windows system, which is 10.10.244.23. I'm going to set the L host a little bit different. I'm going to change the lab stuff here in a little bit. Just do ETH0 instead. It reduces ambiguity. We're going to set the SMB user to be administrator. There we go. And then we're going to set the SMB password to be that of the password that we just changed it to. Now, whenever we did this yesterday, I showed you how that password doesn't map. Like, I don't have to know the clear text password in order to gain access to a Windows computer system, right? We can change that password to anything we want, right? So if I do hash dump, you can see the administrator's password is set to D4A1B. That's the NT password hash. But now if I change that administrator password to something else, right? So I change the administrator password to something much, much, much longer, you're going to see that that hash has changed, right? And as an attacker, if we have access to any password hash that is an administrator password hash, we can then reuse that password hash in lieu of a password. So I can change this set SMB password to instead be set SMB pass to the hash that we have acquired off of that computer system. And I can exploit that computer system as though it is, in fact, the password. Because once again, Microsoft Windows is clear text authentication. That password hash is being sent more or less in clear text. There's some key exchanges, but it's not heavily encrypted at all. It's just a 16-byte challenge and response, which is sent clear text as well. And we're able to gain access to that computer system just super easily, right? So let's exit -Y again. And now I'm going to turn the firewall on. And I'm going to show you how this kills that lateral movement from one system to another. If I'm now running exploit, those ports are now not available to me. We're going to get a timeout here in just a second. Got a question from Renegade. Is the hash unencryptable, in case I forgot my password? No. You can try to crack it with a tool like Hashcat. It's not like reversing it. It's basically doing a comparison and trying to brute force, going through a number of dictionary attempts first, but it's not reversible like it is with the NTLM authentication. But if you do have that password hash from your system, then you can totally do exactly what we did here. So firewall on, lateral movements, dead. Firewall off, lateral movement is back on the menu, boys. And we're able to then gain access to that computer system. Now, once again, with NetSH Firewall, you have the capability to basically push out a rule that allows firewalls to create open ports between servers and workstations, but it will block any workstation to workstation communication, which is what you are after. Now, I want to show you something, because one of you had a problem with this, and I want to show you this so if you come back to the lab later, you know what's going on, you know how to deal with the situation. So over here, we change the administrator password. We are currently logged in via Guacamole, which is our interface for RDP to the Windows computer system with the administrator password, the original administrator password. And that session is live. That token is live. It's working just fine. But as soon as we change the administrator password, if I refresh my MetaCTF session, right, if I go through and just refresh this session, I'm going to get an angry red error. It's going to say login failed. That's because that administrator password has changed. At this particular point, what you have to do is just destroy the lab, restart it, resets everything right back to where it needs to be, and you're good to go. Oh, it's still destroying the virtual machine. All right. So hopefully that kind of clarifies some of the things that are going on with that host-based firewall and why that is so important in your environment as well. All right, so let's talk a little bit about internet allow listing. If we're looking at internet allow listing, we're really getting into this command and control and exfiltration point, but we're also getting into initial access. right? And the reason why is because a lot of attackers' websites where they're hosting up malware and they're running attacks for like, setting up initial access, dropping malware, or trying to gain access to credentials. If they're doing that, a lot of those websites and IP addresses that they're using are not on the list of normally allowed IP addresses or what your users would normally go to on the internet. And this gets into why do denialists fail, right? And I love this quote from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? The universe is big, really big. You wouldn't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is. But I add in, most of it is worthless and evil. And many of your users will not stop clicking until they've been to every possible site that they can. It's just very strange to watch other people use the internet, right? Like they see something at the bottom of a news article. I don't know. It's just, I don't think I have any ads. Let's go to, let's go to like CNN. If we go to CNN, go to politics because that's fun. Oh my God. Just once. Let's find a non-Trump article here. Here we go. The mayoral race. Nope, that's not a Trump. Okay. Trump. Van Epps. I shouldn't have gone to politics. Let's go to, just go to straight CNN. See if there's some non-politics. No, not there. All right. So Chanel stages a show in New York City subway. Okay. There we go. All right. So now we have an article here. Has nothing to do with politics. Fantastic. It's a fashion article. So this is what the internet has reduced me to. When you get down to the bottom of a lot of articles, you'll see like ads and things to like more other things. Like this one right here, it's like sweaters, beauty sets, and cookware more than 80% off from Nordstrom. And notice how it looks like another news ad, right? One of the things I see all the time is people get to the bottom of a news story and they're like, oh, I like jackets and cool weather apparel. And then they click that crap. And I'm like, no, do not click that. Just don't do it. But you see people that are just casually clicking through things on the internet. How do we protect that? So before we start talking about protection, I want to talk about what we do at BHIS and what we see attackers do. They feel so violated, right? All right. So one of the things that Black Hills Information Security does is we buy domains that have expired, right? And it means that they're categorized domains, previously categorized domains that someone hasn't paid their bill on, and we sneak in and buy those domains, and then we use them in spear phishing attacks. There's more to it than that, but that's the gist, right? And this is an article, great article by SpecterOps, where they do the exact same thing. So it's a good article for forensic SpecterOps. We wrote a tool called Domain Gain that automates this, right? So what it does is it gets expired domains, sorts them by URL, and then it checks these scores. And that SimWeb score and that ACR score, those scores are reputation scores. So these are websites that came up for sale, have an existing reputation. We sort them, and then we find that there's 498 recently expired domains, and then here's the cost. So when we're looking at this, you can see warrantnavi.net, $7. OregonCityParks.org, $10.79. 832, EU buy, odyssey.org, bloodsaveslive.org. These become great spear phishing domains, right? So that's one of the ways that we attack it. Now, somebody pointed out they think the bad guys do this too. They actually do something very different. One of two things that you see bad actors do. One, compromise legitimate websites. Why buy a domain when you can just piggyback on top of an existing domain? That's number one. Number two, the other thing that they do is they acquire new domains, they hold them for less than 2 weeks, and then they return them at the end of 2 weeks. And the reason why they do that is because of the rules of the internet and IANA and all that stuff. You can acquire a domain and you have 2 weeks where you can use that domain. If you don't want it, you can return it and get a refund. So you see a lot of registrars where you get the domain, you run it for a couple of weeks in a campaign, and then you let it go. So the point is trying to create domains that haven't been seen yet. And the reason why attackers are doing that is because a lot of organizations are still using deny lists, where they go through and they identify these are bad domains, these are bad IP addresses going back to UGG and Thug, right? UGG and Thug do this. So we can do that, and we can buy legitimate domains because we don't care. Like if somebody traces it back to us, we're a legitimate penetration testing company. From an attacker's perspective, one, they're cheap. They are. They're going to get these domains, they're going to return them so they don't have to pay for them, right? Two, it actually allows them to stay out of the deny list of like morass that they're trying to avoid. And that's what most organizations are doing, is they're playing the deny list game. So let's play a different game. How many legitimate sites do you think your users go to? Do you think they go to 200? Do you think they go to 500 or 1,000? I mean, really find this out. And I'm not talking about when you go to a website like CNN, all of the ads that they load, right? Like you should kill ads. Like you can kill this in your firewall and your egress traffic proxy. You can kill ads, and you should. Many organizations don't like to do this, but you should, because it's going to greatly reduce your overall attack surface in your environment as well. But if you allowed your users to go to quote unquote legitimate websites, your attack surface would be less. Let me explain, get a little bit more data. So on this is an example of filtering, right? Almost any egress proxy solution that you have allows you to set up filtering. You have alcohol, adware, anonymizer, chat, community sites, compromised websites, dating, education. You've got porn, gambling, illegal drugs. These are a few of my favorite. Never mind. We have job search, military, mature. You have all of these different websites, and you can filter and block them. But there's one on here that most organizations just leave alone: uncategorized. Most organizations allow users to go to websites that are uncategorized websites, websites that they've never seen before. Now, if Fortinet has never seen a domain, if Palo Alto has never seen a domain, if Cisco has never seen a domain, ever, do you want your users to go to that domain? Think about this. You don't. If these large-scale organizations have not seen that domain, and their whole job is to stop internet attacks from hitting these various domains, you don't want your users going there. Okay? You just don't want your users going there at all. So what I recommend is this uncategorized, check it and block it. This creates a default deny in your web filtering for where people are going on the internet. So if they're going to finance, great, let them go to finance. If they're going to news, great, let them go to news, whatever it is. But if they try to go to a website or a domain that has never been categorized, block it. Somebody posted up some really cool pictures of their Pi-hole, Alan did. And one of the cool features that you can enable on Pi-hole is if Pi-hole has never seen a domain or a website, it can ask the user. It can say, hey, I've never seen this domain. Are you sure you want to go to this domain? Most users, when they're confronted with that, it's like, hey, you've kind of reached the end of the internet. We're feeling a little uncomfortable about where you're going. Are you sure you want to do it? Most users will just leave. They won't go to the website. So that's pretty cool, right? So this allow list approach is you could allow list every site. Doing that one at a time. You could do uncategorized, which is more sane. You could also allow the users to choose. Now, what's weird is the Pi-hole approach actually is incredibly effective. And I know that people think that this is absolutely nuts, right? But if you ask a user, once again, hey, you're going to facebook.com. Are you sure you want to go? Most users will click no, number one. Number two, the other reason why this is important is the command and control for the actual malware. Ads may deliver the malware, but then that malware has to connect back to a C2 server. A lot of times, if it's trying to go to a domain that's uncategorized, malware doesn't have thumbs. It can't click the link to accept. It hits that Pi-hole and it's just basically done trying to get there from that point on. So malware and allow listing. You can get compromised through legit sites, Drudge Report, Facebook, movie sites, porn, whatever it is you have out there, right? But many of those command and control sites out there will not be the same as the site that infected your computer system. This gives you an opportunity to detect and react. By the way, a fun organization I did a network threat hunt for. I was doing all this network threat hunting, and I can't remember what the name of the company was. It was in Europe, and checking their network logs. And almost everybody in the organization is going to porn sites. I'm like, what the hell? Holy crap, this is bad. There's something weird going on here. And I went to the customer and I was like, hey, you have like a lot of people going to porn. And the guy was like, that's because we're a porn company. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Huh. Strange filters in that organization. Makes perfect sense. The name had nothing to do with porn. It was like, something entertainment. That just really nondescript name. There's nothing about that at all. So that made it interesting. You can do this in OpenDNS, and the filtering options, almost anything that you have out there will allow you to do this. By the way, sticking on the pornography thing, by the way, pornography makes you really uncomfortable. Security is not the job for you. Don't ever do security services for your kids' schools, like ever. Just don't. When my kids were going to the public school, I went in and I helped the school set up a bunch of things. And like 3 months later, there was an infection, went across the entire system. And they were like, it's John's fault. John did it. I'm like, I haven't been there in months. I don't know the hell. It's like, if you touch it, it's now your fault on that particular son. The other one, we were traveling a lot with our kids. And if we stayed in public schools, they would have sent family services after us because we were traveling all the time. So we went to a parochial school, and they wanted me to help lock down that environment. And I did. And I used OpenDNS, very simple OpenDNS setup with their router, got it all configured, got it set up. And one of the administrators at the school was like, hey, yeah, I'm having a problem with OpenDNS and I'm getting blocked. And I'm like, you're getting blocked? Yeah. Can you fix that? Can you fix that? That would be great. I'm like, what sites are you getting blocked? And he's like, well, I'm just getting blocked on things. I'm like, you have to give me exactly which sites they're getting blocked, because if I'm going to go in and create an allow list, I got to do it. He's like, yeah, I'm getting blocked a lot. And I'm like, look, buddy, I can't help you in this situation. You got to tell me, because it's categories on that as well. And like the next week, the router that I had configured with OpenDNS had been replaced with a new router from Walmart. And yeah, also, in that situation, someone realized that some of the kids were going to porn websites, and I got blamed. They were like, oh, I thought you were supposed to stop this. I'm like, I did, on that router that's in the closet over there, not plugged in. The router over here had nothing to do with that one. So point is, yeah, don't do good things. There we go. All right. DNS over HTTPS. With DNS over HTTPS, I understand like the reason why this is so important, right? If you have DNS or DNS over HTTPS, people, they're out there and they're like, well, we've got to protect the privacy of people in these horrible countries where their web history can be used against them and they can be hanged and shot. Agree 110%. But that's not what the hell is going on. Usually what's happening is the people that are really pushing DNS over HTTPS actually scumbags, and they want to be the ones that are controlling DNS for as much of the internet as they possibly can. And that hurts my heart. I hate it whenever people like wolf in a sheep's clothing or wolf in a shepherd's clothing, right? They're out there and they're like, we're trying to do the right thing to protect people around the world. And it's like they're doing scammy crap, like coordinating with, weird nation states and setting up all kinds of things to deliver ads. And it's not cool. It doesn't make me happy. Yeah, Brian's like, you're saying security is hard because of people? Bingo, right? All right, so if there was only something in the works on the internet to replace all humans, oh crap, the whole internet's becoming Bender from Futurama. All right, we're all going to be replaced. So cheers. All right, but DNS over HTTPS creates a huge blind spot in your organization, because with DNS, and like we said with AC Hunter, we can see what people are looking up. We have control over it. If you can, you should block this. Just making that, just hold on for a second, but you should be auditing DNS. And that's why Zeek is so great. Zeek gives you the capability to be able to get those DNS logs and analyze those DNS logs as well. All right, so moving on to vulnerability management, we've got 2 separate labs, count them 2, coming up for the rest of this class, and we're coming along swimmingly in what we're doing. So vulnerability management in a lot of ways is truly the same as it was over 10 years ago. Many of the vendors haven't really changed much with the times at all. Now, I have vendors that contact me like all of the time. They're saying, well, that just kind of hurts my feeling because I feel like our product has gone light years ahead of our competition. We're best of breed. We're using synergistic leveraging in everything that we're doing with our product. They're not. I mean, the vast majority of vulnerability management is the same as it was. Scan, look for external vulnerabilities, fix the external vulnerabilities. Now, some will move to credential scans, but there's very little innovation. Hence, why we have people that come to me and they're like, well, we have great innovation. What they talk about in innovation is this: vulnerability prioritization. You have vendors in many situations. Yeah, vendors, we should let them die, right? I don't know about that. They have their place, right? But what they do is they try to sell you on this crap of, we're going to prioritize the vulnerabilities for your organization. It's going to be tailored. Every single organization is a precious snowflake. And what we do is we take your organization and profile your organization, and we compare the vulnerabilities exposed in your organization with other organizations in your market vertical. So if we see attackers that are prioritizing attacks in your market vertical, like finance, government, like retail, we will prioritize those vulnerabilities that the attackers are going after in your market vertical over the other priorities, so you can get to what needs to be fixed first. Garbage. Absolute crap. All the way through, top to bottom. What they're trying to sell is the idea of precog, right? Like somehow Minority Report, you can be like, well, the attackers are going to be exploiting this particular vulnerability. Or another horrible way of looking at it is that somehow the attackers get together like in a Katina, and they're like, these are the vulnerabilities that we're allowed to access, and these are the vulnerabilities that you're allowed to exploit. Don't cross it. So if somebody's trying to hack with an exploit du jour, and they're like, whoa, 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 Francois, the French don't use that exploit. That exploit is used explicitly by the Chinese. That's not how it works. Look, there are definitely vulnerabilities that attackers are prioritizing, right? And this gets into like a rant that I have, like CISA. They have these vulnerabilities, this known vulnerabilities catalog. Like, I hate this so much. I can't even begin to explain the depth of hatred that I hate, like, for this. God. All right. So if we look at this, right, like what CISA is saying is like, these are the vulnerabilities that the attackers are actively going after, right? Notice that it started with like the top 100 and now significantly more than 100. The reason why I absolutely hate this, the reason why I hate this with like an undying passion, is because a lot of organizations are looking at this as the only thing they need to fix. It's like, if we fix these vulnerabilities, we're going to be secure. Okay. When you're doing nation state level attacks, right, you will absolutely look for these vulnerabilities. You will, okay? But you're going to look also at the hundreds of thousands of other vulnerabilities that aren't on this list. You will exploit any and all vulnerabilities that are available to you. Full stop. So if there's a critical vulnerability that's not on this list, the attackers are going to go after that freaking vulnerability. This just so pisses me off, because we're constantly trying to reduce security and make it smaller so that really small, simple minds can understand it. We're constantly saying, well, we got to make this understandable for the executives and the business people. We got to be able to speak business, right? No. Look, you're in IT. You're not going to be able to speak business, right? And whenever IT people try to tell other IT people how to speak business, they get it freaking wrong. It's like, well, you got to speak business. Like what? I'm going to sit. What do business people talk about? Golf? Like, I don't know. It's like, what a great weekend it was at the Epstein Island. I don't know. I don't hang out with them. But I will tell you, whenever you're working computer security and you're talking to business and executives, don't try to talk business. Try to talk plainly. What are the levers that they can pull? Be very clear. Be crystal about it. And then whenever they have follow-on questions, be ready to answer those follow-on questions. When we're talking about dealing with exploits, right? When we're talking about dealing with this, the vast majority of people out there focus on high and critical issues. That's what the vendors are doing, right? They're doing high and critical vulnerabilities, and they're trying to do that. Trying to speak executives, like that. Thank you, Brian, for freaking triggering me. That's literally Brian's whole job. Just so you know, the time traveling nerd herder, like the only thing he does is trigger me to get me on soapboxes. That's his thing, right? Because they're like, John does better when he's tweaked. All right. So we need to kind of get away from this communication. We need to try to figure out how we can do things intelligently and not be dumb. There's a great quote out there. I haven't called myself old yet, Brian, because of you, because that's what triggers you. But I've been trying to be better on that as well. All right. So when we're looking at this, there's a right way and a wrong way to actually handle vulnerability prioritization, because what we want to get around is we want to get to the blind spots, right? Low and informational blind spots. Here you have a blind spot where we have a number of different routers in an internal environment, right? Switches and routers and all of these different things. And we've had environments that have hundreds, maybe thousands of systems that are still running telnet. Yeah, that's still a thing. You don't believe me? Okay, let's go to Chrome. Like I love saying, quick to the internet. Do. All right. So we're going to do a search. Wait for it. Oh, no. Is Shodan down? No, I didn't want to just do that. Oh, you stupid autocomplete garbage. There we go. Let's just do telnet. Telnets, right? If we just do telnet on the open internet, how many systems are running telnet today, right? It's more than zero, which means there's too many at that particular point. Oh God, we're waiting for it. It's going to be thousands. That's the answer. There's going to be thousands of systems that are running telnet on the open internet. So it looks like it's hum. All right, so there we go. So when we're doing an internal security assessment for an organization, and I'm assuming, God help me, it's usually an internal that we find telnet open, we'll see all of these different banners for telnet. It'll be like login, 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 mushroom, mushroom, login, 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 a snake router, right? And what that is that's one telnet server on one system, and that router means none of the authentication is required to get into this. You just basically go right in to the router, and congratulations, you now have full access. It's either a low or an information. And we see this about once a quarter at Black Hills Information Security, this specific one. And it's usually a telnet server that's been there since like 1999, right? It's been there forever. And they're like, holy crap, how come no one ever found that before? Because they were looking at highs and criticals. So many organizations completely and utterly ignore any and all lows, informationals, and mediums. That's it. That's the problem, right? Because they're so focused on the CISA top 100, 175, 200, 300, 400, whatever the number is going to be, right? They're going to focus on that, or they're focusing on the highs and criticals, because the way we look at it from a human perspective makes it almost impossible for us to deal with vulnerability analysis in such a way that we can deal with the problems effectively, because this is the wrong way to effing do this. Many organizations address vulnerabilities by IP address and ranges. And this makes sense in the standard human brain of things, right? Like that network range is responsibility of Bill. That network range is the responsibility of Jen. And that responsible network over there is for Stefan, right? And here's your IP addresses, here's your IP addresses, this and this IP address is by marketing, so they're going to be responsible for that IP address. And that's how we look at things. So if you have 1,000 IP addresses in your environment and you have about 25 vulnerabilities per IP, that's 25,000 issues that you have to deal with. And when you get that vulnerability scan report, I have literally seen vulnerability analysts and SOC analysts start crying because they don't even know where to begin. Because once again, their brain is stuck. Like Roswell just said, sounds like a job for the intern. As the ASOC, the intern's like, what? Yeah, welcome, right? Because of this, we can see why so many organizations are focusing on prioritization. Because of this, you can see why they just want the vendor to tell them, what are the hackers going to hack? Let me focus on that. And this is almost always the wrong way to do vulnerability analysis. The key point that you should be doing is grouping issues by the vulnerability or plugin ID, not by the IP address. Let me show you. So if you look at this, let's say 25,000 vulnerabilities, that number is a lie. You do not have 25,000 vulnerabilities. You have a few hundred vulnerabilities that are repeating on hundreds of computer systems. This is a huge distinction. Once you can start understanding this, you will absolutely be able to start doing vulnerability management effectively in your organization because you're not dealing with thousands, you're dealing with hundreds. So instead of trying to fix 192.168.1.1, insecure Cypher suites, okay, I've got to go in and I've got to go through and I got to do this and all of that one at a time. 192.168.1.2, insecure web server, I've got to update the web. Stop. Just don't do it that way. Instead, you can focus on automation using Ansible, Puppet, Chef, SCCM, group policy. So you can take care of these vulnerabilities in one shot across multiple systems rather than looking at it as individual computer systems that need to be addressed. Using this technique, BHIS, there's not many pen testing firms that have done 1 million live IP addresses. So there just aren't, right? And we've done over 1 million live IP addresses, not IP address space, but live systems. And we were able to address all vulnerabilities, highs, mediums, lows, and criticals in less than 3 weeks with 2 analysts. How in the hell did we do that? We did that by grouping by plugin, because there were thousands of systems that had SSL TLS issues, right? As horrible as it is to report on those things, we have to due to PCI. So we can glump that into one thing. So we're not looking at each individual IP address. We're looking at the categories, the plugin IDs, the vulnerability IDs, and the hundreds, if not thousands of systems that had that exact same vulnerability, and then working with the customer to develop automation approaches to deal with those in one shot. This makes vulnerability management so much easier. Further, just want to throw this out there, when you're looking at these types of vulnerabilities, you're looking at a very small slice of the total attack matrix, right? That adversarial emulation is going to help you extensively with the rest of it as well. All right. So that's like dealing with vulnerability scan results that are out there as well. Now, let's talk about standalone apps. This is different than vulnerability scans. Let's talk about web apps a little bit. So how do we secure our apps, right? Training is really expensive. Tools can be really expensive. And changing all processes to incorporate security can take a tremendous amount of time. How do we deal with this? So if you look at the software development lifecycle, it's punctuated by having continuous builds. The concept of continuous improvement, that app is changing, it's growing, it's modified all the time. And oftentimes we see security bolted on at the very end. This is incredibly expensive. It is also incredibly dangerous. Security testing is something that should be done throughout the process, the beginning, throughout, and at the end. But I get this all the time. Security is hard. I want to apologize just a little bit for the security community. And I am part of this problem, right? The security community, if you go back 10 years further back, right about 10, I would say, maybe 8, 10. No, good solid 10, maybe 12. The security community was incredibly toxic. Okay. And I want to make it clear, I was part of this problem. Okay. The security community was incredibly toxic because if you were someone that would go to a con and you would have a vulnerability or would have something that you would research, it was very much a kiss up, kick down culture. If somebody was a high level security professional that is well known in the industry, people would treat you very nice. They would treat you absolutely great. I got treated really well because I was a SANS instructor predominantly, right? And if you weren't in that elite class, you were treated like dog crap. You just were. And there was this perpetuation of like, there's this great NoFX album or song, It's My Job to Keep Punk Rock Elite, right? There was a bunch of people that constantly tried to sell and build computer security as this uber elite thing. And everybody kind of pulled the concept of security to their area of expertise. If you were a packet ninja, you tried to make it so if you wanted to be good at security, you had to understand packets. If you were an exploit dev, they would try to pull the definition of a good security professional is somebody that can write 0 days. In fact, there's still people who will not be named that like to say exploit dev is where it's at. If you want to be an elite security professional, you got to know how to write exploits. Total crap. If you want to be a pen tester, you got to know how to write exploits. Total crap. I mean, we do over 700 assessments per year at BHIS and maybe 3 exploits a year that we write because the vast majority of time, we don't need them. So you have these people that constantly tried to sell computer security as hard. And once again, I was part of that problem. Misogynistic problems. Absolutely. There's nothing like sitting around with a bunch of dudes that look like me saying, I don't think we have a problem with diversity in computer security. Absolutely, we do. We did. We still do, right? And I was part of that problem. I was. And a lot of that has to do with the system, perpetuating the system, perpetuating the system. And at some point, you have to step out of the system and go, this ain't right. Like, this isn't right. The jokes we tell, how we access, like how we make accessibility for everything, it's not right. And making security become this elite thing was a tragic mistake. And it was driven out of insecurity. All of it actually was driven out of insecurity, right? And a lot of it had to do with the people that were at the beginning, and I'm going to put myself in this category too. Like, I wasn't super popular in high school. I was annoying as shit. I wouldn't shut up. Like, I was hyperactive, ADHD. I'm sure, like, undateable, right? So when we're looking at the people that were there at the beginning, the people that tend to go into new technologies at the start, we weren't the best. We did the best we could. We could have done better. Security doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't. So if you're coming into this industry and you're trying to get started, I don't want there to be a barrier to entry where you look at me, you look at the other instructors at Anti-Siphon and you say that is unattainable. It absolutely is, without question, right? In fact, most security testers know less about development than most developers do. They just have a different skill set, right? And it's much easier to teach a web developer security than it is to teach a tester developer. Testers are horrible developers. One of my favorite developers at BHIS, he says, I write shiv code. I'm like, what the hell is shiv code? He goes, when you're in a, we got Seinfeld references, right? When you're in prison, you have, is it a shiv? And you use it, that's called shanking someone. He said, a shiv just has to work once, right? When we're writing code as pen testers, it doesn't have to be enterprise grade. It doesn't have to have try catch. It doesn't have to have, just has to work once, right? And that's what they do. And there's lots of free tools and there's lots of things that can get you up to the point where you can do good, solid security and not have to be elite to do it. So let's talk a little bit about testing. You have a lot of tools and a lot of things at your disposal that you can use, and no one should crap on you for using those things. No one should call you a script kiddie or any of that crap. Screw them. If they do, send them to me. So many of the tools we talk about are so easy, they should be used in absolutely every build cycle. You have a new release of a web app, rerun it. It means nightly if possible. Should run it weekly if that's possible. We recommend also a different member of the team test, review, and address the issues each time. Test everything. Believe it or not, it'll make you a better developer, systems administrator, and a better security professional. So what are the things that you're going to test for? Now, there are things that we can test and we can work with and we can do it easily, right? We have cross-site scripting. We have SQL injection, right? We have that command injection, misconfigurations. And most of these vulnerabilities are vulnerabilities that 80 to 85% of the bad guys develop, right? Now, I'm going to take a detour for a couple of seconds. I've got a question for you. I'm going to bring something up here. Just give me a moment. I've got a question for you about memes, okay? Which I know is kind of a strange thing, but whenever I'm creating classes, I'll grab this meme, somebody else used it, and I steal it from the internet, and it works great for me. And let's say hypothetically, let's do this, edge, go. Let's say hypothetically, I use AI to create memes from scratch. I want you guys to tell me your thoughts on this. This is a presentation I gave called Onions, Belts, and Fashion. And I was put this at the beginning of my presentation. I used AI to create some of these pictures. And here's an example of a prompt that I gave. I said, I would like a picture of a cow, overweight, smoking, and drinking on a couch. It seems burnt out, has stubble, seems like it's very tired. Life has not gone the way he wanted. Love, work, and personal growth has failed. Basically, like Homer Simpson, the monkey, Mojo, sitting on the couch smoking. That would be a prompt that I would give. Upfront about it, making it very clear. I used this with AI. I said, I want a typhoon made of land cables. AI crushed it, did a great job. What's another one that I have? This one. It crushed it. It did so well. I said, AI, I need you to create a picture of me of Fred Astaire dancing with the Terminator bot as a cartoon on the decimated landscape, and that's barren and it looks horrible. And I want the robot to say, I love humans, and I want Fred Astaire to say, I love AI. And it came up with this. And it killed it, right? Now, you may notice that Fred Astaire has 3 arms. And I went back to ChatGPT and I asked it, I said, hey, ChatGPT, I noticed that you gave Fred Astaire 3 arms. Not mad, but I'd like to know why you gave Fred Astaire 3 arms. And it said, good catch, classic AI mistake. It said, I gave Fred Astaire 3 arms because he needs 2 arms to dance and a 3rd arm to keep rhythm. Do you want me to change it? And I said, no, ChatGPT, you're beautiful just the way you are, right? Another one, this one, AI created it. Here's that picture I had earlier of, the cash cow tipping and all of that. So I used this and I created these things with AI. And a lot of what I've done in the past is basically, just taking memes from the open internet. And I guess I'm looking for some type of validation that it's okay for me to use AI to generate some of these memes in these classes. So what are your thoughts? As long as I'm honest about it, maybe share the prompts that I used to create that. Or do you think it's like, nah, that's just bad. You should continue to steal things from Failblog. So anyway, there's your question. All right, so let's keep going. These particular vulnerabilities are easy. These particular vulnerabilities, automated tools can find. These particular vulnerabilities represent the 80 to 85% of the vulnerabilities that you see bad actors attack every single day. Every single day. You don't have to be a lead hacker to find these, right? You don't. And I really I'm trying to make, Prometheus level, we're trying to bring security to as many people as we possibly can. If we could just get people to fix some of these vulnerabilities, I think that that's huge, right? All right. So do the tools cover everything? No, they absolutely don't. Automated tools do a fantastic job, but they miss things like logic errors, permission errors, things like stored cross-site scripting, stored cross-site request forgery. These vulnerabilities require manual testing. I think that's what the advanced pen tester should be doing, right? We should try to democratize as much as we can the skills to take this 80 to 85% off the table so that we can focus on these as well. So when you're doing this, this also allows you to do self-assessments before a pen test firm gets there or before a hacker gets there. And a good web app pen tester doesn't want to document and report on hundreds of cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. We don't, but at least the good ones don't, right? We want to look at the hard stuff, right? We want to look at those difficult hard stuff. I just happen to have a bottle of Bacardi rum, which is weird because I don't drink, but I've got family that's here, right? we want to focus on the hard stuff in computer security, right? We want to do this, we want to make sure that our customers can do these things before we actually get there, right? And say, hey, we found these vulnerabilities. Don't worry about these. We'll focus on some other things out there as well. There's lots of tools available. We got Burp Pro. It's not free, but it's cheap and it's awesome. It's like, thank you, God, Jesse, on it. It was horrible. Jesse won an award at Wild West Hackin' Fest, and our audio was broken between the two of us. And it's like one of the most embarrassing things. I feel awful about that, but just crushing it. Just crushing it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. W3AF ATT&CK proxy is $0. Nikto, these tools, if you know how to use them, are better than a lot of tools that cost over $20,000 if you know how to use them. So the main one that you're going to be using, Jesse just shared with you, is Burp. Anybody that's doing web app pen testing and they're like, I like this other tool that's not Burp, kind of feel free to ignore them unless they're using ATT&CK proxy. If it's a super commercial, expensive product, just ignore them from that point on. It's just a good way to deal with that. So very, very, very cool tool out there. Oh, you did get it? Awesome. Wanted to make sure. Yep. Zap. Did I say Zap? I did say ATT&CK proxy, Brian. All right. Very cool tool, cost effective, and it's an excellent way to learn web application testing. But we're going to be using Zap. ATT&CK proxy is used in this class because it's free. It's set up similar to Burp. It's free, has a strong development core. It's free, has the ability to intercept and modify requests. It's free, has the ability to do automated scanning. Did we mention that this particular tool costs no money at all? Right? I mean, it's really great to get you set up so that you can start using it in your own security assessments for your organizations as well. Burp Community is great too. Burp Community, the reason why we don't use Burp Community Shadowlark is because it doesn't have an automated scanning function. And for the lab that we have coming up with ATT&CK proxy, we're going to be using that automated scanning function. And ultimately, what we're trying to do as far as vulnerability analysis and what we do as far as security professionals is we're trying to not just address and look for vulnerabilities, but we also want to be assessing what detected us. We want to get caught. Like when we're running these tools, when we're running the malware, when we're doing adversarial emulation, we want to know what part of our security support structure is working the way that it's supposed to be working. Was it blocked? Was it allowed? Was it stopped? All of these different things become incredibly important for you. Another way of showing that. So the key takeaway that we're getting to is we're moving away from can we be hacked to what can we actually detect. And we finally have a framework for this with something like MITRE. We also have a large number of tools that are just now in their infancy that are helping us automate this. Find the gaps, fix those gaps, move on. All right, we now got a lab where we're going to do some web testing. All right, let's go on down. Let's go back to the lab list. And we're going to do web testing. That's the one. There we go. So with web testing, we have a very small vulnerable web app on your Kali system, damn small vulnerable web app. You're going to become root. You're going to CD into the op web testing directory. You're going to get your IP address. You're going to do Python against, we're going to run against it. You're going to run the file dsvw.py. You're going to open up ATT&CK proxy. Yeah, and it's going to take a little while. It's going to do some updates. It can take some time. And then you're going to do an automated scan. And you're going to run it against your Linux IP address against 65412. And then you're going to run your scan and you're going to watch the alerts that come off of it. All right. So this lab, it's about a 20-minute lab, but I pushed you guys real hard. We went through a break. So let's use a break and a lab. Let's set the timer for 30 minutes on the clock. So we got some time for a break, maybe grab a quick snack, hit the restroom, and then we will resume and I will do the walkthrough. And then we're going to literally jump into another lab. All right, so get rolling. See you on the other side. All right, let's go. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do some web testing right now. Oh, 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 no. I didn't start my lab, and I think I'm actually logged out. Yeah, let's go ahead and log back in. Here we go. Let's go back to Cloud Labs. There we go. Now we're starting them up. All right. So the idea of this particular lab is to get you all started with the concepts of really, really basics and automated web testing, right? So we have the web testing lab. You can do that. There's also some other really cool environments like Juice Shop and Juice Shop. Well, not Juice Shop, OWASP Juice Shop. Otherwise, it's going to think that I want a smoothie. This is a whole environment that is part of the vulnerable web app directory where you can learn about a bunch of different vulnerabilities through an OWASP project that's designed for this, right? And there's a ton of other web applications that are out there. The one that we are using is the one that's the damn small vulnerable web app that I think is pretty good. But they also have ones for Android and for iOS and different environments. Online.net goat, ones that you can actually go to. This is from Acunetics. I don't know if this one's still up, but Acunetics, oh, there you go. All right. So you can actually test against this one, Acunetics Art and Broken Crystals. So there's tons of different CTF and live ranges, and then also offline ranges where you can learn about web application security vulnerabilities. And a lot of these also are Docker containers, where you can spin up the Docker container and you can break into the Docker container as well. Another one that I like is from, I think this is the one from DigiNinja, but this is Damn Vulnerable Web App. This is a pretty good sized one as well that has a lot of really good vulnerabilities in it. We used to do this one as just basically using it in a Docker container and running it that way. And it worked pretty well. But one of the problems with doing it within a Docker container is it was taking a little while for it to spin up. And if it didn't spin up right away, especially whenever the Cloud Lab virtual machine environment started getting underneath a lot of load, we would get into issues where it just wouldn't fire. But Acunetics Art is a really, really cool one that you can test as well. I'm going to try to change the vulnerability scanning part of this class where I'm trying to find like a cheap, maybe I can use Nuclei or something where the students can run a vulnerability scanner that's not, oh God, what's that open source fork from Nessus 2.0? I can't remember what the name of it is, but I don't like that open source vulnerability scanner very much at all, especially now that they have a commercial version that's not that good as well. But if you want all of these, you can actually go right here to the directory. I'll just put that right into the chat so you can take a look at it. And this is just a great way to learn about web application vulnerabilities. And you can go through these, and there's a lot of different walkthroughs for these as well, where you can get step-by-step instructions on how to solve them. So we look at like Damn Vulnerable Web App. We go DVWA. I think it's on GitHub. We check that out on GitHub. There are right here, this one is a full step-by-step walkthrough for how you would go through and exploit all of the different vulnerabilities that exist within the Damn Vulnerable Web App that is out there as well. So you've got this available. These are great places to start. And honestly, I don't really, OpenVAS, that's the one, OpenVAS. I honestly don't think that there's any cheating in getting started with these and doing the step-by-step walkthrough of these particular projects. Because it's kind of like, if you're trying to learn how to dance or ride a bike, if you're riding bikes, someone's going to hold it. You're going to have training wheels. You're always going to have some kind of like starting point for it. You don't want to jump straight into, let's say, hack the box and jump right into some of those. That might be a little bit more difficult, but these would get you ready for some of those hack the box or meta CTF scenarios. Sorry, I hear beeping errors, and that usually means that my uninterruptible power supply is letting me know that the power's gone out, which it did not do, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Brian, can you share the golden apple screenshot and share it in and see if people can actually identify what that background actually is? We'll see who can figure out with the t-shirt and all the things that we have in that t-shirt. All right, so now we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and fire up the VM. So that is one of the new shirts that's going to be advertising our Discord server. And there's a number of things going on in that shirt. And I want to see if you guys can figure out the meaning behind the concepts in the shirt. All right, so we're now going to jump straight into the web application testing. And we're going to fire up our Kali instance on this. So we'll select Kali. Go ahead and two of you go away. Yes, I'm going to close the session. And we'll go ahead and make our settings and our appearance a little bit larger. Then we'll get started. All right, so the reason why we went this specific one is because it is incredibly tight-knit. It's just a very, very small bit of Python code that actually articulates a large number of the different web application vulnerabilities that you would encounter if you're trying to do web application security testing. So I'm going to grab the IP address of the system, and then we are going to start the damn small vulnerable web app, and it's going to give us the IP address that it's running on. And we're going to do two separate things. I'm going to start up ATT&CK proxy because that takes a few seconds. And then I'm also going to start up a web browser, and I'm going to show you what this looks like because once again, it is just ridiculously lightweight, right? So if I take this URL, we got this, we're going to copy that. Then we're going to paste that over here. We'll paste and go. Oh, stupid. I need to put in the IP address. 110.219.180. All right, we're going to put that in there. Paste. Put in the colon and 65412, I think is what the port is. Did I get that wrong? What do we got? 65412, got it right. And we're going to connect to it. And then this is all it is. Like I said, it's just really, really, really basic step-by-step on how to attack these. Now, like I said, I like this one because we have blind SQL injection, union SQL injection, and you can go through and you can look at the actual vulnerable section. You can see that it's vulnerable. You can go through and try to exploit it, right? Like, what does it take to actually exploit it? What does the exploit look like when you trigger it? And then you can get additional information about that specific one and what that specific vulnerability is. So it's really, really super basic, very, very lightweight. It gives you everything you need to basically get started on this and get rolling, right? So that's another one. We got cross-site scripting. Let's go reflected. We can click to the vulnerable section and it's going to open up and it's going to give us the URL that has the vulnerable cross-site scripting attack in it. So a lot of cool things. They have command injection. I don't know if they actually don't have command injection, which is pretty easy to do. So what we want to do now is we actually want to test this little thing, right? So if we wanted to test this, we can use ATT&CK proxy to do the testing for us. We can actually have it go directly to this particular damn small vulnerable web app, and we can automatically have it test all of the different input fields, all the different variables, and do the attack. So I'm going to select automated testing. I don't want to update anything. We're going to go automated scan. And now I'm going to copy and paste the URL here. Right click copy. And then we're going to put it over here. And we're going to paste it in. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and select attack. And it's going to start by doing a crawl of the web page, which honestly, crawling doesn't take that long, or spidering it. It really doesn't take that long at all. I want to see if people are getting the apple. Apple for Discord. Well, explain to me the apple for Discord. Why is the golden apple for Discord? Mountains for BHIS. You got that. You got the logos. Got some of it, but not all of it. So I'll kind of walk through that a little bit later on that as well. So we were able to go through and crawl it relatively quickly, and now it's doing the actual attack. And if we look at the actual attack, we got absence of CSRF tokens, missing security content policy. We can see the output, the scanning, what is the active scan that it's doing, and what are the vulnerabilities that it discovered. So this in and of itself is actually pretty cool. We have some vulnerabilities. We have some things that it discovered. It didn't discover all of the vulnerabilities, which I find weird. Missed some of them this go around, which is super, super, super strange on that. There we go. Let's see if I can do it. It's just spidering. There's the attacks. Yeah, it's missing some of the stored SQL injection and some of the things, but it got some of the vulnerabilities, but not all of them. Now, what you can do is you can actually put in other websites, right? Like this one is a vulnerable website that we just talked about a couple of seconds ago. You can start playing around with some of those vulnerabilities as well. So I just put in test PHP vulnweb.com. Now that attack proxy is attacking that. Now that website is legitimately designed for people to practice doing web application security attacks out there as well. And we can see the alerts and the attacks from the active scan start rolling in, and we can see the vulnerabilities that come out of it as well. So really, really cool tool. And there's a bunch of different places for you to play around and learn how these different vulnerabilities actually work. Right. So very, very, very cool to play around with and learn, because that's ultimately what you're trying to do. You're trying to get to the point where you're not just relying on something like Nessus to do vulnerability scans, but you're trying to do things like doing automated web scanning to understand web app vulnerabilities as well. Greek mythology, got to tell me more. You got to tell me more. Greek mythology is super, super, super basic. Roswell, ancillary request, but when you copy from here and paste from here, you see here pasting to, makes it easier to follow. Summarization. Oh, okay. Because you're not watching it real time as I'm doing it. I can set up on that as well. Nope. What other ones do we have? All right. So I'm going to give you a hint. What's the symbol in the middle of the apple? The very, very center of the apple. All right. So give you a hint, the center, but also the golden apple. And if you look at the shape of the thing in the center, it kind of helps answer the question. And it is Greek mythology, by the way. You're very, very close, but I need to know specifically what part of Greek mythology it is on that as well. All right. So that was kind of web application scanning. Oh, looks like somebody got, I missed that one. Where is it? Electrical diagram showing a diode. It's not a diode. It is not a diode. It is a transistor. So you have the collector, the emitter, and the base. The collector is active countermeasure. The emitter is anti-siphon. The base is Black Hills Information Security. And if you look at it, it kind of looks like a K. What does a K and a golden apple mean? Yeah, golden apple of Discord. Pale Horse has got it. And you illuminate and let everyone know what the pale or the golden apple of Discord was used on. All right. So that is that for that particular lab. And the K is for Callisti. And what does Callisti mean in Greek? And I'll move on to Active Directory hardening. All right. So whenever we're looking at tools and trying to harden Active Directory and what we're doing in Active Directory, we have a number of tools at our disposal that we can use. And some of them are free and some of them are very, very, very cheap. Some of them they charge for if you're actually going to use it in a commercial setting. So here we have an open source tool. That's weird. Oh, man, it's got all kinds of alerts on that as well. So one of the tools you can use, of course, is Bloodhound, right? And Bloodhound has this really cool tool that we've created as an add-on called Plumhound. And Plumhound was created by Kent at Black Hills Information Security, and it takes Bloodhound data and it breaks it down into the individual components that probably need to be addressed by an organization. Because if you're looking at Bloodhound, Bloodhound will find a path to domain administrator, but that path to domain administrator is actually going to be made up by a wide variety of different vulnerabilities. Some of those vulnerabilities will align perfectly, like an arrow passing through the head of an axe, so you can actually get to domain administrator, but you may have additional vulnerabilities that maybe didn't align when somebody was running the individual test and the check on that as well. So when we're looking at this and we're breaking it down, we can look at the domain users, we're the Kerber roastable users, workstations with RDP enabled, group policy objects, all of these different things. And we can break down what needs to be addressed in this Active Directory environment. This effectively turns something like Bloodhound into a tool that you can look for vulnerabilities within your domain controller and Active Directory configuration. What you have there. Other tools you can play around with, things like Mimikatz. Now, Mimikatz does a lot more than just dumping creds clear text from memory. There's a ton of different things. In fact, Carlos Perez from ATT&CK was creating a class, and it was hundreds of slides long of all the things you could do with Mimikatz and the awesome stuff. But the one we're going to be playing with, and that's going to be up with a little bit of a challenge for you all, is Pingcastle. Now, Pingcastle changed their pricing model a little bit. It used to be very, very inexpensive, and then they realized a bunch of people were using it. And if you're going to use it commercially, they're going to make you pay, and it's a little bit more expensive. But if you're running it locally in your own environment in a non-commercial way, you can still run it. And that brings us to the last lab of the class, which is Pingcastle. So let's go ahead and let's go to that lab. And this one is set up as a bit of a challenge. We have some answers on it. So let me copy and repaste the shirt diagram. I'll do, actually, I'll open it up. Let me pull that over here. I'll walk through the shirt, but you guys got it. Really good job on that. And I did not like that. So I'll try that again. There we go. All right, so I want to explain what this shirt does. So the first thing of it is the golden apple has nothing to do with Adam and Eve. It has to do exactly with what they called out with the Principia Discord. Callisti means for the prettiest or for the most beautiful. And in Greek mythology, Iberus, I think was his name, was mad at the gods and wanted to see discord amongst the gods. Hence, discord is the thing that we use here in Discord. And he threw a golden apple with Callisti, or a K, on it. And that's what's kicked off the Trojan War, because all the goddesses thought that they, of course, were the most beautiful, right? So in the middle of it, we have something that looks like a K. It's a symbol for a transistor. And you have the emitter, which is anti-siphon, the base, which is Black Hills Information Security, and the collector, which is active countermeasures. That's kind of how we set it up. So we have the golden apple of Discord that we have provided to the shirt that people can wear. And I think it sums up BHIS, chaos, Discord, and all of those things. So there you go. So that's the shirt. We're going to come in different colors. As people contribute more and more and more to the Discord community, they're going to get different colors. You can buy one that's white. You can elevate up to a silver Discord shirt. And gold is going to be like for nerd herders and things like that. Oh my God, who is that handsome man who just so happens to have my head on his shoulders? All right, so let's go ahead and let's get started with the Pingcastle lab now that we've gotten the shirt, and that's something you all can look forward to. So with Pingcastle, you're going to go to a URL of an example Pingcastle report, and you're going to answer some questions. By the way, I don't know how Pingcastle created this domain that this report came from, because seriously, the number of vulnerabilities and the criticality of all these vulnerabilities, I think would open up a portal to hell and swallow the server whole. But it's pretty damn impressive that they got it running. So what we have in this report, and we got some questions for you, and I want you to go through and answer these questions that we have here, and you can put it into Discord as well. Are there any systems with empty passwords? Are there any accounts with passwords that never expire on them? Does everyone and anyone mean the same thing in Active Directory? Because there's a lot of stuff when we're using language like everyone has access to a resource. What does that mean, right? Because that can mean a lot of different things. Are there any everyone privileges that exist? Are there any old passwords that exist? And all of this can be found in a really great report that Pingcastle has created for us. So you're going to do this lab, you're going to solve the challenge, you're going to put it out on Discord, and then let's go ahead and set the timer for 30 minutes. And we will resume and we will walk through. Actually, I have the solutions here. We're probably going to move right into like closing ceremonies and a short little Ask Me Anything while we're waiting on Zach to show up to talk about the ACE-T certification that is available to all of you. And then I'm going to bug out again and go hang out with my family. All right. So with that, let's set the timer. Let's reset the clock. Let's go 30 minutes on the big clock and we will resume. Well, that was only slightly nerve-wracking.
You kind of freaked me out. You disappeared there.
So yeah, lost power there for a bit, and I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to come back. I wasn't going to be able to come back for that. I'm never going to recover from this. But we were able to get going. If you did that lab, once again, we have the answers to the questions down below. And we have, yes, there are, and this is bad. So we have some empty passwords. Any accounts with passwords that never expire. It's under information, user information, account analysis. What does everyone and anyone mean? Now, this is interesting. So if you're looking at everyone and anyone, it means anyone, even users without a password. It's just anybody that can access that particular service can query and pull data, which is, if that sounds horrible, it's horrible, right? Many people set up the everyone privileges, and they set up everyone privileges because they think it's going to give everyone in the company access, and that gives everyone in the company access and anyone else that can access it. Usually, if you're trying to give everyone access, you really want to, at a minimum, do authenticated users, like users that have actually provided a valid user ID and password would be kind of the minimum that you would want to do with that as well. Any old passwords, yeah, there's some old ones, stale objects rules. You have some passwords that have just never been changed ever. And then you have some from, 2014, which I think is pretty crazy as well. So that is the challenge. Now, Pingcastle represents one of those tools that, takes the idea of computer security, and it's not as hard as you think it is, right? Like a lot of this stuff a few years ago was like dark magic art. Like the only way you would be able to do something like this was if you, had really deep knowledge of computer security. All right. So that's kind of it for the core. Oh, geez. Well, there's my emails. That's strange. Let's go ahead and just close that out completely. There. Strange how that worked. Let's go ahead and let's talk a little bit about the next class in this cycle. The next class in the cycle is going to be my active defense and cyber deception class. And this particular course covers a number of just like really super awesome things that I think every organization should be doing. Like one of those things would be creating a Honey administrator account. We have all the labs available. You can play with them if you want, where we can set up a Honey admin user. You can make it so that is a valid account, but you can lock it by setting its logon hours to nothing. So it's still a valid account. You technically could log into it if it had login hours, but you set it to nothing, and now an attacker never can log into it. And you can generate rules and alerts when someone logs in. Because at BHIS, we love adding wonderful little things like effective usage of traps. Multiple hosts on this domain were installed as traps. Activities conducted by BHIS revealed that these traps were vulnerable, and it wasted a lot of our time. And anytime the testers run into this, they hate me, like a lot. And I love it when my testers cry. I do. I collect their tears. It makes the best wine. Another tool that we have that I think is really cool is a tool called Honey Badger. Now, Honey Badger is a tool that does geolocation, and it locks geolocation based on Google geolocation services. So we run NetSH, WLAN, show networks mode equals BSSID, and then we pull down all of the wireless networks near where an attacker actually is, and then we can geolocate them within a matter of meters. This is one of the last times at DerbyCon, and it got us a pin right on top of the building where the con was happening. You can get it there. So we ran this particular tool. We ran it for 2 weeks at a bank, and I told the whole story about the bank, but we're going to do closing ceremonies here, and then Zach is going to come in about 30 minutes, and he's going to talk about our ATT core certification that we are working on getting out. But I tell this whole story, and I'm not going to lie, it's false modesty, but it's a pretty damn good story. And you should think about taking this class because it's a good story. You should come. But anyway, it's a story that has everything. It has my wife, it has my kids, it has the red light district in a German city, everything you need. And this is what it looked like when we were running it at a bank. for 2 weeks, and we were able to do geolocation on them.
What kind of a bank was it?
So back to the idea of threat intel, one of the things that we're always pushing with cyber deception is why buy threat intelligence from a third-party resource whenever you can actually get threat intelligence of what an attacker is doing at your environment right now. We can improve defenses, and we can see what they are doing, and we can really mess with their lives, which is just great. We can do that. This is how we use it. We've got all kinds of things. This is from an attack that we had where somebody from the Netherlands was trying to attack us, and we were able to find them. So that is it. So Megan, are we ready to do closing ceremonies before Zach shows up and takes over and talks about the ATT?
Zach is here. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I don't know if Megan's around. Oh my God.
He can't hear us.
There's our Hacks a lot shirts. Zach's here.
Somebody,
Zach's here.
put us on stream.
So is Megan.
Can you hear me?
I don't think we can.
No.
I can hear you, Megan. Can you?
Can everybody else in class?
Yeah, I don't think John can hear us.
All right.
Okay.
Awesome. We're good to go then.
So
we have a fun little bingo thing we've got to do, Megan. So what do we have for winners on this very small class that gets access to the entire course catalog?
So hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm not turning my camera on. I had to move locations. Everything's screwy. But so you have to be present to win. I don't know if John can hear anybody either. Oh, okay. Everybody. Okay. Sorry, I was freaking out there for a sec. You have to be present to win. So hopefully this person is present because they've been a present to me in every class. But the winner is Roswell, UK.
Oh, it's about time Roswell won something.
Heck yeah.
Here?
Oh, I would be surprised if they're not.
I know.
Roswell's like at all of these classes. Renegade, they just won a full year subscription to our entire course catalog.
Yes, and 1 year access to CyberRange. You know what? Even if Roswell's not here, I'm giving it to him anyway.
We will be able to find them.
Yes, I
all the time. Yeah,
I definitely know where to find him. So, congratulations for hanging in there and finally winning. And thanks everybody for being in class. Sorry, I can't be on camera again. Like I said, I had to switch locations, and I'm in my son's room and nobody wants to see this. It's terrible in here. Yeah. So thanks everybody for coming. I'll be hanging out with Zach and I'll be on mic, but that's about it.
All right. So it's time for the closing speech, and I give this speech a lot. So I before we all kind of scatter to the winds and we get Zach to talk about our new ATT core cert, which we're excited about you guys kind of demoing. Welcome to being guinea pigs, right? We're trying to fundamentally change the game, and you're going to find that out whenever we're talking about the when we're discussing this new ATT core cert and what we're trying to do there. But literally everything that we are doing at Anti-Siphon and Black Hills Information Security is trying to fundamentally change the state of the way computer security and learning and everything works, right? So if you're looking at like computer security training, right? And this is like, once again, I'm kind of responsible for this, right? I'm not going to try to shy away from like where I've came from, but I think it also kind of helps explains where we are and where we want to go. So I came from a space that was a very expensive training, right? Whenever I first started teaching in that space, it was very expensive, but it wasn't at the level of expense that it is today, right? It was expensive. And honestly, you could make a justification for the cost of that expensive training. And there was very much a limited supply of it. There was a high demand. People were taking advantage of that. And that's normal, right? But after a period of time, the pricing kept going up and kept going up and kept going up and kept going up. And it was really weird. And it was also weird because there was no corresponding increase in what the instructors were getting paid. So you ended up at this weird space where the group that in the previous regime I was in was making like 95% profit, right? And that was kind of weird. And that had nothing to do with the reason why I stepped away. I don't want to make it sound like altruistically, I'm like, this is I'm making a stand. I stepped away because I had a company and I had a family, and they wanted me to travel 15 times a year. It's a good thing I didn't do that, because instead now I'm flying 67 times a year. I screwed up. That's all. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. It's okay. I'm going to try to recover. But we stepped away because I wanted to focus on my family. Now, when you see that travel that we were talking about at the beginning of class, I don't have small children at home. I don't even have kids at home. All my kids are adults. So it's my wife and I, we're going out. So don't cry for me, Argentina. Right. But when I stepped away from that, I was ready to never go back to live instruction in person ever again. I was very good with that. And then something weird happened. COVID. When COVID hit, we had a weird space with Wild West Hacking Fest where we weren't able to do the live training at the conference that we normally do. So we immediately had to pivot to doing it virtually. And I was doing a class, I was doing the cyber deception course. And I did the cyber deception course. And then while I was doing that class, there was a bunch of people that were like, why don't you guys do more training on the interwebs for people? Because COVID is downtime. Everyone's at home. People are losing their jobs. They're trying to reskill. They're trying to do all these things. What can you do? And at the exact same time that all of that was happening, we had a conversation at Wild West Hacking Fest, which eventually became Anti-Siphon as we spun out the arm of Anti-Siphon. And we started with the conversation around what can we do in the area of scholarships? Because I mentioned I don't want computer security to be nothing but people that look like me and Zach, right? Because I love Zach like a brother, but dude, we like the same things, right, man? Like if we look in the background, I see the same things. I have those same things, not organized nearly as well as Zach does. But, you know, it's really cool to meet new people. And when Zach and I are traveling, whether it's internationally or here, and we meet all of these people, the more kind of odd diversity that we get, the more perspectives and the more excitement it is in the industry as well. And we had this idea that was floating around of like, why don't we do scholarships, right? And I don't want you guys to take this the wrong way. You got to let me finish my thought, but I hate scholarships. I can't stand them, right? And scholarships fundamentally change the life of an individual. There's no denying that. Scholarships are an absolutely great tool that want to do something, but the reason why I hate scholarships is they don't fundamentally change the game. Right? Because if you're looking at scholarships, you know, you start going through, well, what are we going to do scholarships for? Are we going to do scholarships for women, African Americans, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, people in West Virginia, people in South Dakota? Like, it's just this weird space where it changes someone's life for the good. And I completely acknowledge that. And I think the heart's in the right place, but the goal should be fundamentally changing the game completely. And when you step back and you start looking at what the barriers are for people entering into this field, it boils down to one simple thing. As Zach was talking about, it's gatekeeping. And that gate that exists is money. Right. And if we look at like, if you're, let's say you're washing dishes in South Dakota, or you're a bus driver or a truck driver, I don't know why, but we have tons of truck drivers that take our classes and move into computer security. It's weird. We have a whole bunch of people that were stay-at-home moms that are looking for something to get into, a new industry. Their kids are getting out of the house. They're starting to go to school. They're looking for something. I don't know why, but we have lots and lots of like those women that are making those transitions. We have tons and tons of people that are working 2-3 minimum wage jobs. They're looking for an opportunity that does not exist. And the thing that's fundamentally stopping them is money. If you go back 20, 30 years, you could absolutely go to college. You know, you could go to college because it was affordable. Minimum wage would get you through college, right? If you go to like the 70s, 80s, even the early 90s, that's not possible now, right? That gate is closed. And if we start looking at these barriers, they just exist. If you can't get to college, that gate is closed. If you cannot get to a certification that costs $10,000, that gate is closed. And that means that this community is a walled community. It means that this community is shut down. So we said, what the hell? Let's try pay what you can. And when we started the conversation of pay what you can training, initially, even within Black Hills Information Security, there was a lot of people that got really worked up. And they're like, well, if we do pay what you can, a whole bunch of people are going to pay nothing. And they're going to take advantage of you. And it's going to be horrible. And you're going to lose money. And it's going to be bad. And everyone panics. I'm like, let's try it. What's the worst that's going to happen? The first time we did it during COVID, we had over 5,000 people take the pay what you can training. We literally broke GoToWebinar. Like GoToWebinar crashed for us and crashed for everybody else. And in doing that, we actually, like me personally, I made more money in that pay what you can class than I did for instructor fees for an entire year of the previous regime. So we learned a lot, right? We learned, number one, we had to get off of GoToWebinar. Had to. That was the first primary thing. The second thing that we learned is there's this huge pent-up demand for people that want an opportunity, regardless of race, religion, gender, creed, whatever it is, whatever walk of life you come from. There's this huge pent-up need for people to try to find a pathway to improve themselves and get into an awesome career field. And this was one of those like pathways for them to do it. Since we've started doing that, we're now at over 40,000 people that have taken my classes, and some of the other classes are probably about the same as well. Imagine that, like 60 to 70,000 people have taken advantage of the pay what you can model that we've been doing and have used it as a leg up to get into this industry and start moving forward. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to fundamentally change the game with pay what you can, pay forward what you can to help other people get further in their career. And what we're working on, what Zach and I are working on back in the lab, we got beakers, we got those little like Jacob's ladder electric things going on, is we're working on something else to fundamentally change the game beyond training. And we're going to try to fundamentally change the game in certification as well, because that is another barrier. If you want to get certified, a lot of those certifications are super expensive for people to acquire. Why? Why? A lot of them are just multiple choice tests. Like if you're looking at some of them that are like multiple choice test questions and they charge like what the hell are they doing? Right? It's ridiculous. There's no reason why it should be that much. And we're going to fundamentally try to change that. Now, we also have been kicking out some things. A number of people have shared out the workshops that we have with Jason Blanchard, where he does workshops on how to job hunt like a hacker. This is more important now than it's ever been before, because like this entire industry doesn't know how to job hunt. It's not good. A lot of people spray and pray. They try to get their resume looking as good as it can, and they send it to hundreds of companies. You're going to fail, and it's going to hurt the whole time that you're failing. You're probably not going to learn about why you're failing. And Jason Blanchard will show you how you can actually job hunt like a hacker tactically and actually get the jobs that you're looking for. So one of those things that absolutely just floors us is a couple of like very strange things that have happened. Like I think right now, Zach, I think are we at over 300 people we have confirmed that have reached out to us and said, I got a job because of this training, because of Jason Blanchard, and I'm now employed. I think we're over 300 people that have reached out to us. Is that right? Or
yeah, Jason is in the chat, so we can ask him to get the for sure number. I think it's almost
I think it is over 300.
360.
Yeah. 360. Those are people that have reached out to us, and that's neat. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of the stuff that really gets us is when we're at conferences and we run into people that have been through these classes, and it's a really heavy moment where we have people that are like, I'll give you a couple, like the hardest story that hit me, like an absolute ton of bricks. Zach, I don't know if you were at this one, but we were at a conference. I can't remember which one. And a lady came up to me and she said, I wanted to let you guys know, I took all of the pay what you can training, and putting that on my resume got me the interview. And then what I learned in the labs and everything got me the job. And I want to say thank you for that. But more importantly, right after she got employed and she ended, it was Reno. After she got employed, she found out that her son had cancer. And before, she had no health insurance, no health care. When she got the job, she had health insurance, and her kid was able to get the level of care that he needed to be able to fight cancer and eventually get on the other side. That's why Zach renamed it to pay forward what you can. Because when we're doing this, when you're doing this, it doesn't just help you, but it also helps the other people that continue to move forward in their careers in ways that you may never, ever directly feel or see, but trust me, it happens. So to that end, I want to call out two different groups of people in this class. The first group of people that I want to call out is I want to call out the people that paid for this course and they didn't have to. If we can get a round of applause for every single one of them, I greatly appreciate that. When you're looking at something like this and zero is an option, boy, it's really hard not to hit that zero button and just go with it, right? But a lot of you went through and you decided to pay. And I appreciate that. We're going to try to take care of you with some comics and some t-shirts and some swag and some other things. And we greatly appreciate every single one of you that chose to pay for this class when you did not have to. That is kind of one of those restoring our faith in humanity type things. But we also have some people here that did not pay. And I want to call out those people specifically. The reason why is because whenever you're looking at the people that came and they put the time into this and they didn't pay for it, they didn't pay for it with dollars and cents, but they paid for it with the one thing that their entire life is completely fundamentally built upon and their only concept of value, time, right? If you look at a lot of people, they're hourly wage workers, they work by the hour, right? And when you're working by the hour, odds are you're probably putting on a lot of hours. A lot of people come into this class and they take a few days off to be able to do this class, and they take time off and they are living paycheck to paycheck and they choose to be here. And they paid with that time. But further, they paid for that time that they could have spent with their families. They could have spent with their kids. I know what it's like to grow up blue collar. I know what it's like to grow up and have duct tape on my shoes because my parents could not afford to buy new shoes, right? I get that. My mom was a lunch lady. For a long time, our entire diet was nothing but leftovers from the school lunch program that my mom was at, which was, by the way, totally freaking illegal. She wasn't allowed to do that. We would get these tin cans. They would be filled with hamburgers, and we would eat hamburgers for like the next 2-3 days, or lasagna or whatever it is. I know what it's like to be there. And I also understand that for the vast majority of the people that are at that particular point in their lives, like, you're not there because you're lazy. You're not there because you're dumb. You're there because of whatever the societal circumstances or whatever choices and things you may have had, they've continued to haunt you moving forward, and trying to get some type of opportunity, some type of chance to step out and do more is not an always available option. So I want to call out all of you that chose to be here because you did pay. You did pay, and the only currency that you could give is the time that you have. And I want to say thank you very much to every single one of you to taking the one precious resource that you have and then using it to come to this class and hang out with all of us. We are greatly appreciative of that. All right. So final thing about this, trying to setting up the transition with Zach. Zach and I bonded over our mutual hatred for multiple choice tests. And it was kind of funny. We were talking about it. It's like, what's with these multiple choice test certifications? We have to go in and answer all these questions, A, B, C, D, and all this. Those are crap and they're awful. And I don't know who came up with the idea, Zach, first, but I think we came up with the idea of, why don't we create a multiple choice test? Oh,
That was you, because I was like, wait, what the heck?
okay, it was me. All right.
I was like, this is different.
But the idea was, a whole bunch of companies are like, we got to have multiple choice tests. We got to have a certification. We got to have it. And we were bouncing this idea around, and we came up with the idea of coming up with a multiple choice test to try to put multiple choice tests in the ground and making it more affordable than any of the other certifications that are out there. But there's a twist. It's not just the multiple choice test. You do the multiple choice test as phase one, and then you move in and you answer cyber range challenges and you do a write-up. And that's the key. That's the key. And that write-up is part of your certification. If you want to do a crappy write-up, go for it. Because when people share the link with the certification they have, your potential employers will look at the quality of your work, and that will stand on your shoulders and the level of effort that you put into it. So this isn't for public consumption yet. We've been soft releasing it for about a year. We have a whole bunch of things out there. And Zach, are you ready to take over and kind of walk people through how to get set up and get rolling?
Yes, sir. I am. I'm ready to go.
All right. All right. So thank you so much, everybody. We greatly appreciate you all being here. We can't wait to see you in another class. By the way, the only thing I asked, I know it was starting to sound like a televangelist there for a couple of seconds. You're like waiting for me to say, if you could just spare $5, that's all I'm looking for. It's just $5 and $50 would be 10 times better than $5. We never got there, but I will ask you a couple of quick things. Number one, you have a family member, you have a friend, you have somebody that has the skills, that has the aptitude and has the desire to come into this field. Tell them about us. We're trying to get as many people as we can in this field. Help us reach out to those people and get them to come hang out with us. That's number one. Number two, help us amplify the signal, Mal. When we are talking about these classes and getting the word out, please tell your friends, tell your family, help us repost whenever we're doing these things, because we're trying to help as many people as we can. And that's part of why we call it pay forward what you can. With that, sir, I'm handing it over to you.
John.
Yes. Safe travels.
Later.
Bye.
Be safe, man.
Will do.
All right, y'all, I am going to share the PDF that we have. I shared this in our resource channel. So you guys can access that in Discord. I will also throw that in the Zoom here before I forget. So if you just give me a moment, I'll get that added for y'all.
And I just wanted to say on this too, Zach, some of the people that paid the different tiers, this is included with your payment tier already. So Zach's going to go through the instructions. Just, I didn't know if you remembered that part of the tier,
Yeah.
the new payment tiers.
Yep. Oh yeah, we're good. Thank you though. I appreciate it. All right. I got the document uploaded to Zoom as well. So if you guys want to access it there, you can. But what you guys are going to do, you'll click on the link here from the PDF that we provided there. It's just going to take you to a registration page, which I mean, I can show you all what that looks like. So you're not surprised by anything. So I'll share a different screen now. It's going to be this one. So right here, you'll see the sign up page. If you did sign up for one of our pay forward what you can tiers that gets you access to the ATT certification, you will be emailed a coupon code. So when you go through this registration, you can just enter, the like a $5 amount or whatever, because as soon as you hit confirm pay, it's going to take you to a new page where you'll be able to put in that coupon. It'll be with Stripe. So you should be able to input that and have no issues there. But for everybody else, the certification is pay forward what you can. So we wanted to make it affordable. The minimum is $5 just to handle some of the different, I guess fees basically with some of the hosting for that. But you can spend as little as $5 if you'd like to go ahead and take this exam. Very easy to register for. And then once you get logged into, or once you go ahead and complete that from your MetaCTF main home screen here, when you're logged in, you'll also be able to see certifications there. You'll be able to register for it. You'll also, once you do register for it, be able to launch the certification. So if we go back to the PDF right here, this is basically going to walk you through accessing the exam and going through each part of the section. So just getting it launched for the initial time. It talks about some of rules of engagement for the exam. It's very important that you read all of those rules and understand what you are allowed and not allowed to do, which there's not too much there, but you'll be good. And it's very, very important to read the rules of engagement always for any of the exams or tests, or as you get into the security field, your pen tests too, right? So once you have that registered, you can start your new exam attempt. And the first section that you're going to run across is our multiple choice questions. I think I just skipped that accidentally, didn't I? No, didn't. Oh, after I didn't include a screenshot of the multiple choice questions. It's my fault. But you will get, you'll go through basically the 100 choice or 100 questions. They're all multiple choice. we have a huge bank of questions that we went through. All of the questions, all of the material, all of the challenges that you will face from the ACE-T core certification exam all come from John Strand's 3 pay forward what you can classes. So active defense and cyber deception, getting started in security, and SOC core skills. You can access all of that material for free right now out on YouTube. That, you know, there are all the recordings there. If you want to join us for another live session, we can provide you with our calendar to see what's coming up. I believe we had some of them scheduled out already, or we know some of them.
Yeah,
right?
we're getting them all pretty much scheduled out, but the next one's active defense and cyber deception in January.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan. So if you do want to attend a live one, you can do that. But if you would like to just watch the recordings, you can absolutely do that and then go ahead and tackle these exams. Again, it's the getting started in security, SOC core skills, and active defense and cyber deception. All of the material that you learn during those classes is basically summed up for the exam here. So those are kind of like your prerequisites, if you will, is going over that material. So once you complete the 100 choice, I always screw this up, 100 question, I don't know how to say it properly. You have a 100 question
multiple choice.
100 question multiple choice. It just doesn't sound right for some reason, right?
Correct.
It's proper, right? Yeah. So you complete your multiple choice questions. Hopefully you pass that. If you don't pass that, you'll get a notification, and I think you have it's like a 72 hour, 48 hour like turnaround, kind of like refresher. So you can't just immediately go back into that. We do want you to go back and study that material if you do happen to fail, the multiple choice questions. But once you do pass that, you will be presented with the next screen, which would be our challenges. So again, all of these challenges are CTF challenges on the MITRE CTF platform and our anti-siphon cyber range there. And all of these challenges are associated to, one of those 3 classes that I mentioned: SOC core skills, getting started in security, and active defense and cyber deception. You will be prompted with 10 different challenges that you could choose from. You only need to complete 5 challenges. So you can pick any ones that you want, complete those 5 challenges. And then once you complete the 5 challenges, this is my favorite part of the exam, and really I think what makes it very different from everything else, is the report writing. So you complete those 5 challenges, and then you're going to take 2 of those and write a report based on what you learned from going through that challenge. So you're basically writing somewhat of a pen test report, if you will, or just like a report findings report there. But this is something that you need to write in your own words, because everybody is going to see this. So what happens is, once you complete this ACE-T core exam, you do the questions, you do the challenges, you submit your reports. That is then basically publicly available for everybody to see, so that employers can go to your profile and validate, your skills. You'll also be able to upload like a copy of your resume to the MITRE CTF platform. So you can, employers can access that as well. You can have your contact information there so they can get a hold of you as well. But we really like to use this as a better way to help validate skills in a way. So, having a manager, director, or even potentially your peers or future peers even, right, being able to read your reports is going to be very, very helpful, right? Because anybody can go through an exam and pass an exam or complete a challenge and things like that. But when it comes to the actual report writing aspect of it, this is where you, as a human being, as an individual, truly get to shine and show, the skills and knowledge that you do have. There are a lot, we do have some resources on anti-siphon training that can help you with report writing. BB King, he even has a class on report writing, and I know we have some blogs on those as well. TCM Security does report writing information too. There's so much good material out there that you can go through to get a good understanding of what makes a good report and what information people are mainly looking for. So, take your time, and as you're going through this, just remember that this is a way for people to really, help validate your skills. And from I don't know the best way to put it, basically, but from from your words, right? Like they're able to see more about you than any other exam, I guess, would be able to show, because every other exam is just that you get a printed certification and that's it. Where this one is, okay, you completed the multiple choice questions, you completed challenges that are associated with it, and then following it up, ending it is, here's what you learned about it, and you get to write about that. So I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be very different for the industry, hopefully provide some change to things too. And of course, with the affordability aspect of it, that's something that we're super stoked about too, because it shouldn't cost you an arm and a leg to validate your knowledge. And that's something that we strongly are against there. So trying to make certifications affordable, accessible for everybody, and while still keeping, a very high, knowledge level, and keeping them practical and real world and realistic as possible is very, very important. So that's kind of, the ACE-T core certification. It is in what I'd say like a alpha testing right now, just so we can make sure that everything's working properly. So y'all are kind of our guinea pigs. I think you're about the 5th class maybe that has gone through, that have gotten access to the exam. So if you have any feedback, any questions, please reach out. We are happy to help y'all out. The retail price of the exam, it starts at $5. It's a pay for what you can exam, but the minimum price is $5.
So, if I can butt in real quick, sorry if you hear banging, there's construction going on. It's crazy in my house. But Roswell just got back to me. He's already won, which I didn't know. So I am going to go to the second person on my list, C3PO. C3PO, are you here? Hopefully.
Star Wars?
Maybe.
Star Wars fan? C3PTO?
C3PO.
Oh, that's funny.
Yay!
Hey, all right. Oh yeah, I've seen.
So thank you, Roswell, for being honest. And I'm going to go ahead and give you a year of the cyber range. But C3PO, congratulations. I will be sending you a DM and getting the information from you to get onboarded. So yay! Sorry to interrupt.
No, y'all good. Congrats, CE3PO. I've seen them in the chat many, many times. So that's awesome to see. Congrats. But yeah, that was kind of the ACE-T certification. If y'all have any questions about that, you can throw them in the chat now if you'd like, or you're more than welcome to reach out. I don't need to take up too much of your time if y'all would like to leave for the day, or I'm more than happy to stick around for a few more minutes here and do like an AMA with y'all if you would like, and help and answer any questions you guys have. I love doing like AMAs. Every single week on Tuesdays, we do a weekly AMA on Discord. So if y'all are interested in that, it's like a very kind of like open format where anybody can join and ask questions. And we frequently have different guests come in and help answer questions too. Is the range going to stay open? Yeah. So you will always be able to access the cyber range provided you have credits in your account. So if you are done with your labs for the day, make sure you shut those down or destroy them so that they're not eating up any credits. But as long as you have credits left over, you can utilize those at any time. And I think like the lowest amount you spend to like re-up credits is like $5 from the MetaCTF range there. How to get access to the exam. So on the resource channel here, let me link to that. I put a PDF document for the ACE-T core exam. And in that document will be a link to take you to the exam so you can register. And then the document also walks you through basically kind of almost step by step, like getting started, getting the exam started and going through it and all that. So. Would it be possible to get the lab images to run them on a home lab? I'm not sure if they're still up on John's GitHub or not. I know they were up there for quite a while. Can check. I'll link John's GitHub, but I'm not 100% if they are up there still. Yeah, support. Yeah, we don't support the self-hosted lab. So if you if you have trouble with them, you are able to get them. Running and all that. Like if you have an issue with them, we're not able to support them simply because we've moved basically all of our labs over to MetaCTF. So we're trying to alleviate some support issues and things there. So, but if you can get those labs spun up, you're more than welcome to go over them and have fun with them.
There was a question about all of the additional stuff that people are getting with their with our new payment tiers. So we're still ironing out all of the details. So after class, because the registration stays open until class is over. So after class, probably later this week, you'll be getting emails if you get access to the on-demand and to the cyber range. You'll be getting emails from Deb about the shirts and other things. So you're going to get a bunch of different, until we can get this smoothed out a little bit better. You're going to be getting multiple emails. They're from us, and just trust us.exe is all we say.
Sorry, I was trying to move your camera over and wouldn't not just so you would at least show up there. So it's not like just a random person talking, because it just shows me, and then you're like in the background talking.
Sorry,
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I was just trying to put it like on the screen. I don't know if Daryl or can do that. What was I going to say now? I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
I totally ruined your thought process. My bad.
No, you're good.
What did you want up, Zach? My bad.
Just throwing Megan next to me, if you could.
Oh, okay. I thought Megan
I
was on camera, but I got you.
She is, but she's.
I can't be on camera. I'm in my youngest room, and nobody wants to see behind me, especially him. Like he's asleep behind me. So.
Yeah, we're going to give away some shirts. Is that right? About that. But if y'all have any other questions, I'm happy to help answer them. Otherwise, I hope y'all have had a great time with the training. I think there's a few first timers here. So if this was your first time and you're still around, what did you think of your first time going through an anti-siphon training class? What was it like having John as an instructor? I think it's always a very interesting experience for sure. What are the three sources the cert is based on again? Yeah, let me grab the links for you.
It's John's core classes, SOC core skills. This class, getting started in security with BHIS and MITRE attack, and active defense and cyber deception. Those are his 3 pay forward what you can classes.
And you can access them. You can get access to them on demand, or you can wait till we run them again, another live session of them. I think you said active defense is coming up.
Yeah, it's in January, but it's also on YouTube.
Yep, that's how.
So if you want to go on YouTube, you can always go through them there.
Yep, on YouTube they'll be available for free just to watch the recordings. So
right. Unfortunately, right now our on-demand you can only purchase in like 1 year, and it's $225 per class. So that's just the cost of maintaining that platform.
And there's the links for y'all.
And we're always here to help, so just reach out if you need to. We can confirm stuff for you.
I should add that to the PDF actually as a resource now that I'm kind of thinking about it. So I'm probably going to do that for the next one here.
Digital or Okami, we are still working on the volunteers for Mile High. Our coordinator was out of town, and then with the holidays and stuff, but we are slowly reaching out to people that have been selected for our Mile High. If you didn't get selected, or please keep an eye out on Wild West Hack and Fest for Deadwood 2026 as well. Because that's always a fun conference to go to.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember what I was going to say earlier. This class is kind of like a guinea pig also for our new pay forward what you can tiers. So y'all, we appreciate you being patient with us as we kind of figure out some of the logistics of everything there. But as Megan said too, like after the class today, you should be getting some emails from us letting you know more information about like when you'll be receiving all your different things and all that. And then there was a question from BHIS. They're curious about the exam write-ups being public. You think it's a great idea, but is there any concern people would read them before taking the exam? That was really the first thing, like concern that I had when we were talking about it. But as we kind of went through talking about what it's supposed to do, right? There's two things. So one, we did Roman and MetaCTF set up, and now the word's escaping me, plagiarism detection for all of the reports. So every time you submit a report, they are scanning, checking for plagiarism and things like that. But if somebody really, if you really just want to rip off somebody's report, there are definitely ways to tell for sure in a lot of ways that maybe things were copied or whatnot. But really it's just going to come down to, honestly, yeah, like you writing a good report. And part of that is if you are writing this report, one of the things that we're hoping is that the employers and everybody else will utilize that to help validate your knowledge in a way where they can ask you questions. So if they're familiar with some of the different things that might be contained within like the exam or within some of the material, they should hopefully be able to ask you direct questions. So even taking that report and asking you more direct questions that relate to that information that's shared on there just to validate that knowledge. That's something that we are going to encourage, and that's something that we're going to put in some of the like our copy with things too. That so everybody kind of knows and understands, like from a student who's going through the exam to an employer who wants to utilize this to help validate an employee. Here's things that you can do to help validate that, to prove this knowledge and things like that. But with any exam, there's always some level of I guess, quote unquote, cheating that could happen potentially. Nothing's 100% perfect. So, we'll definitely do the best that we can to prevent that and keep monitoring for that. You obviously, you guys are kind of like a alpha beta guinea pigs, if you will. So we're still trying to make sure that we have everything on our side secure, ready to go. And I know, we're excited about it. So we'll see what happens.
Somebody asked about it, the YouTube, if it's on YouTube, why have the 6 months in Zoom? We used to not stream these classes. So all of our other classes, we offer 6 months access to the Zoom recording. So that's why some people prefer Zoom than YouTube. So to answer that question.
Tinfoil, would you still recommend SOC core skills for attendees comfortable during this class? Yeah, I still would. I think there's a lot of really great material in that class that differs from this that would be helpful for somebody who's, just kind of learning things, getting their feet wet and all that. And just a lot of cool labs there too.
As things change, John's always updating the classes and changing them. So I've done them every time for the last 4 years that I've been employed. I'm still learning stuff from them.
I like what you said. I mean, if that's how you do things, you're not keeping the job long after you get it, cert or no cert. Yeah, you're cheating and doing stuff for sure. I would be interested in having applied in a school setting for sure. Yeah, definitely. And that's part of the reason why we actually kept a multiple choice exam component with it, is that there still seems to be a lot of organizations that gravitate towards that for their exams for whatever reason. Hopefully that'll change in some time too. But we did we're looking to try to meet some, global requirements, if you will. I'm just going through. I don't know if I've missed any questions or not. Will we be able to watch the January class live, even though it's not pay what you can? The January ones pay for what you can, isn't it, Megan?
Yeah, all John's live classes are pay for what you can.
Yeah.
It used to be that you could just select $0, but now there is an email address that you need to send an email and get a discount code. So that has changed, but it is you can still attend for $0.
Digital origami. Please reach out to Deb Wigley. If you started a cybersecurity club, we'd love to help support you. We can send you out some like backdoors and breaches decks and some other material as well to help support all the different students and stuff like that. We'd love to help out if we can.
Roswell, we talked about Jason's January job hunt like a hacker.
All right, y'all. If there any other questions?
Renegade the core deck. Start with the core deck, and if you can afford a map, the mat, if there is one in stock, great way to go.
Yeah. No, the core deck is definitely the best way for sure. Oh, Chad. Oh, we know Chad. We love Chad.
Yeah.
Awesome, y'all. Well, we appreciate y'all being here for the class today. We really do appreciate y'all sharing your time with us. This is 8 hours yesterday, almost 8 hours today, right? You all are phenomenal for being here. Thank you for being part of the community. Whether you showed up here, paid money or not, we do appreciate your time so incredibly much. And if you want to pay it forward, all you have to do is just share things that we're doing, because that will help us out ultimately. And share your knowledge forward as well, because that's the right thing to do. I mean, that's kind of what cybersecurity is all about. I know that might sound a little bit cheesy, but I don't think y'all will ever experience the level of like camaraderie, friendship, knowledge sharing that the cybersecurity community has. It's really phenomenal to see. So thank you all for being a part of this. If y'all need any help, have any questions, please don't feel afraid to reach out. And we hope to see y'all at the next class or at Wild West. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thanks again. You'll be getting your certificates of completion overnight tonight. And Roswell, you will never dodge my harsh looks. So you're just gonna have to live with it. The more you show up, the more you're gonna get them. And there's construction noise. Sorry. But I hope everyone has a great day. Hope to see you in the next class. And I think it's about time. D Brown, go ahead and kill this thing with fire. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us.